Chapter 1319. She was still wearing the same neutral attire of a tuxedo and a white shirt, but she was different from her usual simple attire. Right now, she had an indescribable beauty, or rather a seductive beauty. The huge power she released seemed to be endless. She slowly moved toward Sir Hopkins. The black light supported her body, and her empty eyes seemed to indicate that she was not in a normal state. Since Lancelot released her power, Sir Hopkins felt an unprecedented danger approaching, as if the Holy Grail in his hand couldn't eliminate his uneasiness. And she slowly approached, as if there was nothing that could stop her. Sir Hopkins's pupils contracted slightly. He looked around and then fixed his eyes on Simpton. After seeing Hopkins's gaze, Simpton didn't stop. As if he had an instinctive reaction, he directly gave up the great opportunity to kill Gareth. Like a flash of black lightning, he raised the demon's sword and flashed in front of Lancelot. From top to bottom, the demon's sword drew a straight line. Perhaps it was going to split Lancelot in half. Right now, she didn't react at all. When the blade of the demon's sword approached her, even her eyes didn't change. She just stretched out her palm. As if there was a black light, it violently contracted and expanded at this moment. Simpton, who was wearing a black armor, was embedded in the air. It was like turning from a three-dimensional to a two-dimensional space. This strange scene startled the remaining people. And the next scene was even more frightening than when Sir Hopkins defeated the Knights of the Round Table with one strike, because they heard the sound of something breaking. It sounded like something was breaking. Simpton's body shattered like a crack that fell to the ground, turning into pieces of irregular fragments. He was directly shattered. Only the demon's sword was left, falling to the ground. This isn't the power of inheritance. The Knights of the Round Table, regardless of whether they had surrendered to the side or resisted, had all worked with Lancelot before. As the only female Round Table knight of the current generation, it could be said that she was the most popular person among the knights. Everyone knew her. Is she really Lancelot and not another Hopkins? What are you talking about? I don't know. I just feel like it. Whispering didn't stop or change anything at this moment. Before the shock of Simpton's death could be digested, Lancelot started to move again. Her target was still Sir Hopkins. Finally, Sir Hopkins's eyes focused to the extreme, feeling the powerful surging power in his body under this instinctive threat and fear. He directly threw a punch. Just like that, a beam of light with terrifying power was shot out, crashing directly into Lancelot. A seemingly invisible barrier appeared in front of Lancelot. Sir Hopkins's attack seemed to have hit a mirror. The attack that came from the front was reflected from the side in the next moment. The power of the attack was not weak in the slightest. After the reflection, a corner of the auditorium was directly smashed into pieces. A crack even directly split open on another building outside the auditorium. Sir Hopkins's eyes suddenly widened. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continuously threw out punches that were much faster than clowns. Dozens of light bullets at this moment seemed to shoot out from the same plane at the same time. The concentrated light bullets, each containing extremely destructive power. When these dozens of light bullets arrived, that invisible barrier appeared once again. Perhaps only when this barrier appeared and the moment the light bullets hit the barrier would they be able to see its existence. But the light bullets were still reflected in the end. Boom, 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 boom. The light bullets that were reflected and shot out were crazily destroying everything around, dozens, hundreds, and even close to 1,000. The number of light bullets kept increasing, and the speed at which they were shot out also increased crazily. However, the speed at which they were reflected also increased at the same speed. Finally, Sir Hopkins stopped. Even with his powerful physique and crazy power, under this kind of continuous attack, he already felt a trace of fatigue. There was no way to stop it. Lancelot had already moved to the front of Sir Hopkins. The distance between them was as long as an arm's length. I don't believe it. Sir Hopkins lowered his head and looked at his own palm, muttering to himself. Finally, his face became ferocious, and the craziest side that was hidden in his heart was completely stimulated. Holy Grail! He raised the Holy Grail in his hand. Black rays were shot out from the Holy Grail and reflected. The rays of light released from the Holy Grail were like the curves of fireworks falling in the night sky. One after another, they were reflected in front of this invisible barrier. Even the power of the Holy Grail. I don't believe it. Sir Hopkins was in disbelief at first. Then he panicked, and then he lost his sense of propriety. He was like a child who was holding a weapon, but was shouting why he couldn't win against the adults in front of him. The Holy Grail was still under his control, launching fierce attacks, but he himself was retreating step by step under these attacks. He retreated until he retreated to the first step of the stairs leading to the throne. He suddenly lost his balance and fell back, sitting on the stairs, but he didn't stop launching attacks from the Holy Grail. "You're not Lancelot." Hopkins suddenly shivered. "Who are you?" As if she didn't hear him, she just stretched out her hand and made a grabbing motion. The Holy Grail was directly taken away from Hopkins's hand at this moment. The moment the Holy Grail left his hand, a huge uneasiness and fear, as if half of his body was cut off, instantly made Hopkins lose all his reason. "Give it back to me. Give it back to me, mine. It's mine, it's mine. It's mine." As if feeling Hopkins's madness at this moment, the Mordred S. holy armor directly gave him more power. In an instant, the holy armor released a strong light. "It's mine." The power that burst out once again pushed everyone out like the eye of a whirlwind. Countless gravel directly rolled up at this moment. Hopkins attacked her recklessly. Bang! It was the same feeling of expansion and contraction. Time seemed to stop on Hopkins for a second, and when time flowed again, the Mordred S. holy armor was already full of all kinds of cracks. It seemed like it would break at any time. Hopkins directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was directly embedded in the stairs, smashing a huge hole in it. But she didn't care about Hopkins's existence from beginning to end. The moment the Holy Grail was in her hand, her empty eyes only looked at the Holy Grail in her hand. Chi, 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 chi. The Holy Grail at this moment began to tremble violently, as if it was struggling. Finally, her already terrifying power was released, and increased by several times again. Crack! At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared at the bottom of the Holy Grail, and then, like the lines of thunder, it went up. The moment the crack extended to the mouth of the cup, the Holy Grail directly split into two halves. "You broke it. You broke it. You actually broke it. I won't let you go. Never." It was as if his beloved was taken away. The moment the Holy Grail broke, Sir Hopkins had already lost control. But the Holy Grail did break. Like a broken cup, it directly fell to the ground. The moment it fell to the ground, everyone in the magician's troupe opened their eyes wide. This was as famous as the 2 secret treasures of the Magicians' Association. It was almost a godly item, and it directly, after the Holy Grail shattered and fell to the ground, Lancelot suddenly stopped moving. The huge power in her body also began to decrease at this moment. Her hair slowly fell down. She also fell from the state of being in the air to the ground, as if she withdrew from one state to another. The moment she fell to the ground, Lancelot directly fell to the ground. "I won't let you go." Lancelot. But Sir Hopkins, who had already lost control, couldn't suppress the anger in his heart at this moment. He got out of the hole in the stairs and launched an angry attack on Lancelot, who fell to the ground again. Although the Holy Grail disappeared, the power he had obtained didn't seem to disappear. Go to hell. Hopkins' fist, which was covered with the holy armor, fiercely punched towards Lancelot's head. However, at this moment, when his fist was about to smash Lancelot's head, something seemed to block his fist. It was a spear, or rather, a spear tip that was cut off from a spear. The spear tip was only about 1 foot long. At that moment, the person holding the tip of the spear in his hand was a black-robed figure with a faceless mask who had appeared at some point in time. At this moment, the black-robed man blocked Pukin's attack, he suddenly turned around and kicked Pukin's in the chest, directly sending him flying. Who was it? In the midst of his astonishment, Hopkins' mind was in a mess. Time and time again, someone appeared to block him. The kick didn't cause any real damage to him. It only had the effect of pushing him back. When Hopkins stood up again, the veins on his forehead had already swelled up due to his anger. But at this moment, a shrill scream rang out. Caesar! That was Catherine's blood-curdling scream. She fell to the ground in an instant, her eyes staring blankly. Her face also became pale, as if she had lost her soul. She suddenly grabbed her own face with both hands, forcefully scratching out traces of blood. Catherine! In the end, as if she couldn't bear the pain at this moment, Catherine directly spat out a mouthful of blood and then collapsed. Is it really Oberon? In the ruins, Gareth and Tresty supported each other and staggered out. Their bodies were almost pushed out of the royal auditorium under the impact of the final burst of power between Lancelot and Hopkins. But the moment they saw the head in the black-robed figure's hand, they still couldn't believe it. They had just fought with Oberon a few hours ago, so they had a very deep understanding of Oberon's strength. This guy was able to injure the abnormal feral. At this moment, the black-robed and masked mysterious person directly threw Caesar's head out. Towards Hopkins. Facing Caesar's head flying towards him, Hopkins almost didn't hesitate at all. He directly punched out and directly blew up the entire head. Immediately, a mist of blood surged. At the same time, Catherine, who had just woken up and caught a glimpse of this scene, directly passed out again and fell into Judas' arms. Who are you? He felt threatened, but it was obviously not as terrifying and strong as Lancelot's when she was in that strange state. But at this time Hopkins, who had already lost the Holy Grail, couldn't help but be vigilant. So far, the changes that had happened were all unexpected, especially the Holy Grail being crushed. The black-robed, mysterious person didn't speak at this time. He just casually picked up Lancelot, who was on the ground, and then slowly walked towards Her Majesty. What happened to her? Her Majesty was much calmer than anyone else. Facing this mysterious person, Her Majesty didn't even have the slightest bit of panic. But the Shadow Man's protection that Bedivere had released for her at the beginning had already been exhausted under the continuous attacks. It could be said that the current Her Majesty was really in a state of no protection at all, but she obviously didn't have the slightest bit of panic. The mysterious person just shook his head and then handed over Lancelot. Then he turned around again and faced Sir Hopkins. Her Majesty helped Lancelot to sit down. After feeling Lancelot's breathing, she slightly relaxed. Who is it? Elizabeth, your person? Hopkins frowned. After the Holy Grail was crushed, his madness seemed to have gradually subsided, and he began to calm down a little. Her Majesty slowly stood up and said softly, Just think of it as my guardian angel, someone who will always protect me. Your protector? Hopkins frowned again. Ridiculous. If you really have a guardian, it's impossible for the Knight organization to not have a record, and it's an inhuman at this level. Elizabeth, do you really think that such a lie can fool people? Hopkins snorted coldly, then looked at the magician team hiding in the sky. They had been watching the battle silently like a poisonous snake, and could suddenly attack at any time. He sneered and said, I'm afraid you're also a member of the Magician Association, right? What you're holding, if I'm not wrong, is probably one of the trophies of the Magician Association from 100 years ago. Holy Spear, Longinus, right? The mysterious person stretched out his hand, and half of the tip of the spear slowly stretched out from his robe. It looked inconspicuous, and there were even rust stains on it. But it was this spear tip which seemed to have decayed, that forcibly blocked the furious strike of Hopkins, who was full of power. Sir, Unexpectedly, at this time, Deacon Ace, who had been silently watching the battle, suddenly said, "I admire you for recognizing the Holy Spear at a glance. Indeed, this is indeed the trophies, you know. However, we don't know who its current user is. I can tell you very clearly that it's not a member of our Magician Association." Ridiculous. If it's not a member of your association, if it's not the user of the Holy Spear, do you think that your Tower Master will be willing to let an outsider use it? Hopkins shook his head. What if it can only be used once? Deacon Ace said indifferently, what if the Holy Spear has a spell engraved by several Tower Masters together, no matter where it is lost? It will instantly return to the Tower Master's side. Oh, I forgot to say this Holy Spear is also in the employment contract of Her Majesty, and it was the first to arrive here, so even if I want to take it back, it's impossible. Of course, not just anyone can use the Holy Spear. So I'm also very curious about what this guardian looks like. If possible, maybe you can take off its mask yourself. I'll look forward to it. Hopkins' face darkened. After losing the Holy Grail, the feeling of being in control gradually faded away. When he regained his senses, he couldn't help but be alarmed at how he had fallen under the temptation of the Holy Grail in such a short time. As far as the eye could see, the knights had either collapsed or died. Even the knights at the Round Table were either severely injured or unable to fight anymore. Even Simpton, the magic sword user that he had spent a lot of time cultivating, was already dead. Obviously, this wasn't what he wanted. Now, if he couldn't defeat this mysterious guardian by the Queen's side, then what awaited him would be eternal damnation. Also, there was the magician army that was eyeing him covetously. But he already had the Mordred as holy armor, which meant that he had the same powerful strength as Farlier. After this victory, he could still regroup. His body had already recovered its youth, which meant that time had reset, and he could do more things in the future. The Holy Grail was only the path to an inhuman power. Now that he had obtained it, although it was already destroyed, at least he wouldn't lose himself and become its devouring slave. It was both good news and bad news, but it was obviously not a bad situation. Taking a deep breath, his thoughts were completed in an instant. Feeling the surging power, Sir Hopkins revealed a good-looking smile. "It seems that this is the final obstacle on my path to becoming a king. It doesn't matter. The road to success is always accompanied by cutting through thorns and thorns. Only in this way will the final fruits of victory appear sweet." Hopkins moved. Speed, strength, strength. All of these had directly surpassed the peak that the 12 knights of this generation could reach. The moment Hopkins moved, the mysterious guardian of the royal family also turned into a blur. With the Holy Spear in hand, it was completely unafraid of Hopkins's attack. But after all, it wasn't the real Holy Spear user of the Magician Association, and it didn't know how to activate the true power of the Holy Spear. It only relied on some of the basic passive abilities of the Holy Spear. It seemed that it would be very difficult for the guardian of the royal family to defeat the powerful Sir Hopkins. Her Majesty, the Queen, had a hint of nervousness at this time. This is really the last. If it still fails, then we can only... The Queen looked at the back of the guardian in the final battle, and her worry gradually grew stronger. It's not easy for her. Deacon Ace silently watched all of this happen and whispered to his companion beside him, "She's just an ordinary person, but she can actually reach this point in the inhuman domain. Should I say she's really worthy of being the longest reigning queen in the world?" The final battle hadn't stopped yet. The battle between the guardian of the royal family and Hopkins had moved to the sky above the Palace of Westminster, and had been going on for a long time. This level of battle had already moved a magician to the extent that he couldn't help but be moved. Deacon Ace had even begun to calculate which side he should help. Perhaps he should wait for the final result. "Your power is very strong, far beyond Gareth and Clown," Hopkins said quickly. "But compared to me, there's still a big gap. If it weren't for the Holy Spear, you wouldn't have been able to hold on until now." The guardian of the royal family still didn't speak, but his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Every time Hopkins blocked a blow, it was only a tie. But he still tried to use words to disturb the guardian. Why did you become Elizabeth's guardian? Who are you to the royal family? Actually, you don't have to follow Elizabeth. She's just an old and soft-hearted woman, after all. But me, I'm strong now. I have power. All the more reason for you to ally with me. Old man, how can you leave me out of such an interesting battle? A burst of crazy laughter suddenly came from outside the royal hall, and a figure quickly rushed into the night sky. Then several flashing cold lights directly shot toward the guardian of the royal family. The person who had suddenly made a move was the clown, Dagonet. What shot out were flying knives. The flying knives broke through the air, directly aiming at the vital parts of the guardian's body. The guardian didn't panic in the face of danger and waved the holy spear to cut down the flying knives one by one. Oh, is it Dagonite? Hopkins couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He didn't expect that the one who persisted until the end was actually this guy. The clown's crying face was very funny, but Hopkins felt that he was quite pleasing to the eye. Then, let's take down this so-called guardian of the royal family together. Hopkins laughed loudly, with the spirit of a monarch who charged and killed the enemy on the battlefield. Okay, take him down. The sound of laughter came out from Dagonite's mouth, and suddenly it turned cold. Take you down. Take you down. At this moment, Hopkins was ready to throw a punch, but a voice appeared behind him in his ears. One of them flew over and quietly pierced into Sir Hopkins' back. Sharp pain. The sharp pain from his back made Hopkins's eyes widen. The stab in his back made him shocked and angry. Dagonite, you! Without waiting for Hopkins to adapt to this sudden change, the guardian of the royal family took a deep breath at this moment, and directly through the tip of the holy spear in his hand, bang! As if he poured all his strength into this attack, the air instantly produced an umbrella-shaped airflow that only appeared when there was a sound barrier. The tip of the spear directly pierced through Sir Hopkins's chest, and then directly into the ground. Why, Dagonite, you! Hopkins lowered his head and looked at the huge wound on his chest. In a moment of absent-mindedness, he only felt that his mind was blank. Suddenly, he thought of something that would happen in countless historical reincarnations. Monarchs often died because of betrayal, because... The clown laughed in a voice that only he and Hopkins could hear, and said softly, "Elizabeth is my mother." Elizabeth is my mother. Hopkins's body fell from the sky. Above his line of sight was Dagonite's face looking down. That big crying face. He seemed to have fallen into an abyss. Bang! He fell into the ruins of the Royal Auditorium. Ah! The moment he landed, a bloody smell spurted out from his throat. Hopkins painfully stretched out his arm, as if he wanted to grab something first. The guardian of the royal family and the clown Dagonite slowly landed at this time, standing on both sides of Hopkins. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Hopkins's body began to shake violently. The Mordred holy armor that was full of cracks directly shattered at this moment, and the holy seal on his chest also directly peeled off from his body at this time. The holy seal at this time was like a huge coat of arms, quietly floating in the air. His arms began to dry up, and his body that was full of vitality also began to lose strength at this time. In the blink of an eye, Hopkins once again became white-haired, even much older than before. My body, my power, my... He crawled on the ground with difficulty like an old dog. It seems that the time estimation is still wrong. You can actually hold on until now. Dagonite smiled and said, "Old man, are you surprised? What did you do to me?" Hopkins couldn't help but howl. Mr. Clown waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. It's just that the sphere that I gave you before, which contained the souls of all the people in the Knight's Mechanism headquarters, didn't contain the souls of Geraint and the others at all. I just found a pig farm and killed pigs to collect them. You actually, Dagonite laughed and said, I've been looking for records about the Holy Grail, as well as the influence it caused when it first appeared. I found that this toy is indeed convenient, but it seems to be a little rigid. Although I don't know what the person who created it originally intended to do with it. It's obviously not to help humans fulfill their wishes. It will selectively fulfill the wishes according to the type of wish. Your wish is to have a strong physique, to have the same strength as Farlier, as well as Mordred as holy armor. Old man, you have too many wishes. A retarded way of thinking like Holy Grail can't satisfy you, but it will faithfully fulfill these so-called wishes. So all your wishes will be fulfilled, but the next best thing is that before this wish is fulfilled, there will be a time limit. Sir Hopkins's face was now as pale as ash. Of course, if you can continue to contribute offerings, it will naturally continue to renew these wishes. Mr. Clown shrugged and said, It's like a bottomless pit that can never be filled, and all you can do is to continuously satisfy it, until, in the end, even you are swallowed by it. In this way, I roughly understand the original creator's intention. So, on the whole, you've lost, and you've lost completely, Hopkins. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. He wailed and climbed the collapsed stairs leading to the throne. The throne was already damaged, and only a small armrest was left. Dagonite didn't chase after him, and just watched casually. As for the guardian of the royal family, he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Finally, Hopkins climbed to the front of the stairs. He used the last of his strength to crawl like a snail to the destroyed throne. Father. Oh, often. He heard a voice. He saw his adopted son who had been lurking around the Prime Minister for many years. Often. My child, help me. Take me away. Like a dying patient, he grasped the last straw. Often squatted in front of Hopkins in grief and sighed, Father! We lost. Forget it. Her Majesty the Queen might let you go. I didn't lose. I won't lose. That was his last and most resounding voice. With the last of his strength, he grabbed Offin's collar and pulled Offin's face in front of him. His sunken eyes were now bloodshot. I won't lose. Bang! The sound of gunfire. Offen nodded and hugged Sir Hopkins, whispering in his ear, Yes, you won't lose, Father. This is only a nightmare, so I came to drive them away. Even you betrayed me. In his arms, Offen was holding a silver pistol. I am sorry, Father, Offen whispered. No matter what, before I became your adopted son, it was Elizabeth's mother who adopted me. In addition, Dagonite is actually my older brother. We met her in the orphanage together. No one knew if Hopkins heard the last words. His eyes had lost their luster, and his body was still in Offin's arms, not moving at all. The royal auditorium was now silent. Then Her Majesty the Queen's voice slowly sounded under the night sky, as if she was relieved. Finally, it's over. The surviving knights began to gather at this moment. Confused and frightened, they supported each other's bodies. They were still divided into two formations. Finally, the surviving knights gathered in front of the stairs leading to the royal auditorium, looking at the ruins of the royal auditorium in silence. A figure slowly walked out of the ruins. It was Her Majesty the Queen. Right now, she only had a slightly tired expression on her face. Behind her, apart from the royal guards, there was also Dagonite and Offen. At the same time, she held a cane in her hand. This was the cane that Hopkins had been holding. On the cane was the Night King's bloodline, the proof of the royal power of the Night royal family. She raised the scepter in her hand, faced the knights, and said loudly, Sir Hopkins and the leader of the myth of Doomsday, Ober, the culprits of this rebellion, have been executed. There's no need to continue this war. From now on, there's only me in Britain, asterisk, 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 asterisk. Looking around at the quiet bottom of the stairs, Her Majesty the Queen's voice sounded again. "If you're still willing to continue fighting, I'll lead my knights to fight with you to the end." In the camp that had already pledged allegiance, at this moment, everyone was looking at Her Majesty, who was standing on the stairs with a complicated expression. They were all silent. What else could they say? Resist? The royal guardians could defeat Hopkins, who had gained great power. But they, including the Knights of the Round Table in the formation, were no longer able to fight. Besides, in the sky, most of the magicians had maintained their combat power from the beginning to the end, and now they were standing behind Her Majesty the Queen. Clang! Finally, in the camp, someone directly threw down the weapon in his hand. Dagonet, Gareth's expression was very complicated at this moment. He stared blankly at Mr. Clown, who was standing beside the Queen. He wanted to rush up and ask some questions, but in the end he restrained himself. Finally, he slowly exhaled, only feeling physically and mentally exhausted. He had never spent such a long night. Her Majesty the Queen looked at the crowd and showed a gentle smile. "Finally, thank you for being able to survive, my loyal knights." "Yes, Your Majesty." The surviving knights in the formation offered their loyalty and knelt down. There weren't many places left in the Palace of Westminster. The number of intact rooms that could be found could be counted with one hand. Finally, Her Majesty the Queen held a box with both hands and came to one of the rooms, accompanied by Dagonet and Orphan. "Wait for me outside the door," Her Majesty the Queen ordered the two in a low voice. Orphan was a little hesitant, but Mr. Clown didn't seem to care. He whistled and leaned against the wall, using his hands as a pillow. "Good child." The Queen smiled and then began to tidy up her clothes in front of the door. After some time, Her Majesty the Queen seemed to be satisfied with her appearance at this time. Then she took a deep breath and pushed the door open. "Open the door, close the door." Her Majesty the Queen took another deep breath and then said with an impeccable smile, "Teacher, I've kept you waiting." In the room, Miss Maid was sitting on the sofa and drinking black tea leisurely. "I made tea. Have a seat," Miss Maid said casually. Her Majesty the Queen walked over slowly and sat down. Her posture was straight and calm. "I haven't drunk tea, personally made by Teacher, for a long time." "It's just a tea bag found here," Miss Maid said calmly. The servant girl said indifferently, "If you like it, you can take it back later. Anyway, the whole of Britain, strictly speaking, belongs to you completely now." Her Majesty the Queen's impeccable appearance was defeated in an instant. She sighed and smiled bitterly. Miss Maid put down the teacup and then said indifferently, "Well done. From the beginning to the end, it has been planned. How long did it take you to train Dagonet and Orphan?" Her Majesty the Queen's gaze softened and she said slowly, "Almost 30 years? At that time, they were only as tall as this table. The first time they saw me, they called me Mother. This little guy is quite interesting. He knows how to protect people. What about today? Since we have everything under control, wouldn't it be better to get rid of Hopkins secretly and take over the Prime Minister's control of the Fianna without bloodshed?" Her Majesty the Queen said thoughtfully, "Because what I need is loyalty. I don't want to see a second Hopkins, and I don't want to see people who change sides at the last minute when the crisis comes. Only people with strong wills can be the real pillars of the country. Besides, if I don't let Hopkins's plan go to the end, I won't be able to take over the Knights' organization. Although now it is just a Knights' organization with many things waiting to be done." Miss Maid said with a faint smile, "One was later discovered by the Knights' organization and finally became one of the 12 Round Table. The other was sent to study and finally became Sir Hopkins's adopted son. Then he hid beside the Prime Minister for Sir Hopkins and secretly gained control of the Fianna. Now, everything has come to an end. The other factions of the Knight faction have either died or dispersed. The remaining ones have already pledged their loyalty to you. After obtaining these two powers, your royal authority has truly been unified. You can be considered a true king. You are really scheming, little Elizabeth." Her Majesty the Queen regained her elegant posture and said softly, "Yes, as you said before, teacher, Elizabeth has become a bad woman. Not only has she learned to take advantage of people, but she has also learned to plot trick and even cruelty." A smile appeared on Miss Maid's face, and she suddenly asked, "There is still one thing I don't understand. Why did that guy help you? Logically speaking, he should be the one who is tied to Hopkins by blood." Her Majesty the Queen covered her mouth and laughed. "It turns out that there are things in this world that you don't know, teacher. I always thought that you were the one who knew everything." "Elizabeth." Miss Maid suddenly narrowed her eyes. Then she stretched out her finger and gently stroked the confession on the table. "Do you miss its weight?" Her Majesty the Queen's face changed slightly, and then she whispered quickly, "Because his former wife was Margaret." "Margaret? I see." Miss Maid was stunned, then nodded and showed a look of understanding. "The guardian of the royal family? If so, it is really a wonderful fate." Shaking her head, it seemed that she didn't pay much attention to this kind of thing. Miss Maid regained her indifference at this time, and her eyes were indifferent. "Then why did you let me stay? Since you already have everything under control, and you don't even need my help. Did you let me stay just to watch this boring power struggle? Because you, teacher," Her Majesty the Queen whispered at this time, "when you disappeared that year, you forgot to give me something." "What is it?" "A test paper." Her Majesty the Queen put the box on her lap. "I didn't know, nor did I think about whether I would have a chance to see you again before my life ended. When I saw you appear in the theater with my glasses, it was so incredible for me." Her eyes gradually became hazy. "If there are miracles in the world, then I believe that meeting you again is the biggest miracle in my life for me. Teacher, did I pass the test paper I gave you?" Miss Maid looked at her silently and didn't say anything. She remembered that the last time she saw her, her hair was still bright. She was silent for a while, and then she asked softly, "What is your wish?" Finally, she opened the box in her hand. While taking out the thing inside, she showed a smile with tears in her eyes. "This is the only request I will make in my life, whether this is a deal or not. What the Queen held in her hand was a crown. Can you crown me once, teacher?" Yu Ye's eyes became soft. Looking at the old woman who raised the crown in front of her, it was as if she saw the 13-year-old girl who broke into the castle study many years ago and said that she wanted to drive her away. "Really, you have grown up, Elizabeth." She crowned her student with the crown of an emperor. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. 14/30. Chapter 1320. It seemed that there was nothing for them to do since Knight Bedivere left after he succeeded in the Battle of Singing. The orcs in the Fog City had calmed down and were under the control of the knights. As for the group of magicians who were temporarily formed to use the compound spell, they had also dispersed. It suddenly became deserted, which made Chungaran and the others feel a little uncomfortable. It was probably a process where ordinary people got involved in mysterious events, participated in mysterious events, became a part of the event, suddenly solved, and finally became at a loss of what to do. At this time, they sat down in a damaged bar near the street where the huge compound sound amplification was located. The guests here, including the owner and bartender of the bar, were all gone. Will found a few bottles of wine that had not been broken and put some money on the counter. Then he asked the others to move the messy tables and chairs, barely managing to piece together a complete place. Well, no matter what, in short. Will looked at his companions, who were silently looking at him, and smiled. "Cheers, how about it? Cheers!" Alcohol was a very good thing for people who liked it. After drinking 2 cups of wine, even his originally dull and numb nerves began to come alive. Then, under the gradually excited atmosphere, they began to discuss what happened today. Until now, they had the time to discuss. Klein and Nick were not here. They had started to deal with the aftermath with the other knights. But Klein said that he would definitely come to Will and the others later. As for the orc girl and Olga, they followed Klein's suggestion and left. Then, what will happen to us next? In the midst of the heated discussion, such a question was suddenly raised. They suddenly fell into silence. What will happen next? Will we be dealt with? Are you an idiot? At the very least, we did contribute, okay? And look at that motorcycle rider. He doesn't look like such a heartless person. Probably maybe? Will shook his head and looked at the fear between his two companions. He slowly sighed. At this time, Cheng Yiran sat alone at the bar, as if thinking about something. Next to him was the guitar that never left his side. This should be the first time he took out this guitar. Will thought to himself. Naturally, he did not think about the nature of this guitar, but he felt that Cheng Yiran's ability to awaken Olga was a little mysterious. What are you thinking about? He came over with 2 glasses and a bottle of tequila. Nothing. Cheng Yiran shook his head. I just want to be alone. Alcohol? Will shook the bottle. Give me a glass. Cheng Yiran sighed and said with a smile, what will happen to us next? Will sat down. After a while, he whispered this question in a low voice. He was also thinking about this matter. But Cheng Yiran suddenly thought of Zhong Luochin. Before he went abroad, he signed with Zhong Luochin's company. Later, he very willfully chose to go abroad for further study. He thought that Zhong Luochin would not agree, but he did not expect that Zhong Luochin did not oppose, and even gave him a large sum of money for further study. It had been a while since he contacted this nominal boss. He did not know how he was doing recently and how the thing he wanted to do was going. By the way, at that time, why did you seem to be fine? Cheng Yiran suddenly looked at Will curiously and asked, at that time? Will was suddenly startled. Cheng Yiran nodded. When they all became crazy, weren't you still sober? Will suddenly understood and then shook his head. I'm not very clear. At that time, my mind was also very chaotic. But I don't know why. It seemed that something suddenly calmed me down. I feel that this thing is protecting me. As he said, he took out a pendant from his pocket and placed it on the bar counter. Cheng Yiran picked it up and glanced at it and found that there was a button at the back of the pendant. So she curiously opened it. It turned out to be a small photo frame, but there was no photo inside. Actually, I opened it before, but there was no photo. Will shrugged, but Cheng Yiran looked at a badge engraved inside and subconsciously said, isn't this badge? It seems to be the badge of the royal family? Will seemed a little hesitant. As a pure citizen of the country of corruption, he naturally knew the origin of this badge. He was curious that this pendant was given to him by the orc girl as a return gift. But it should have nothing to do with the royal family, right? After all, she was an orc. He didn't know why, but it seemed to have suddenly started raining outside. The rain seemed to be washing everything in the city. The rain was even blown into the bar, and the slight mist floated to their faces, making them feel moist. Suddenly, it seemed that the whole world became quiet. Westminster Palace. The coronation ceremony didn't take long. After hearing the sound in the room, Dagonet and Orphan quickly opened the door and walked into the room. In the room, their adoptive mother, now the real Queen of Britain, sat alone in a chair and silently looked out of the window. There were 2 teacups. Dagonet couldn't help but frown. Your Majesty, let us in. Is there anything you need? Orphan was the first to speak. Her Majesty withdrew her gaze and smiled. When there are no outsiders, just call me Mother. I like it when you call me Mother. It sounds much better than the name Queen. Mother, are you worried about what will happen next? Orphan nodded and then hesitantly asked. Her Majesty shook her head, and after a moment of contemplation, she suddenly said, Dagonet, Orphan, there is something I want you to do in private. Go ahead, Dagonet said with rare seriousness. Her Majesty slowly sighed. Go and see your brother. Say hello to him for me. Also, tell him that he will continue to sit on the throne for a while. Finally, help him fix those extra nails. The 2 looked at each other and then nodded. Where's Lancelot? Her Majesty said with concern. I'm a bit worried about her. If she didn't destroy the Holy Grail, even if we were fully prepared, we might not succeed. Dagonet quickly said, she's in another room now. She needs treatment. But what about Lancelot's power? Her Majesty shook her head. About Lancelot's mysterious power, don't mention it in the future. Make it one of the most confidential information. Mother? Orphan couldn't help but be surprised. Her Majesty just smiled and said, a lady told me, as long as we pretend this never happened, we will have less trouble. A lady? The two couldn't help but be surprised. Was it the person the Queen saw before they came in? In one of the few rooms in the Palace of Westminster that were still intact. On the bed, covered by a pure white quilt, was the female knight Lancelot, who had been unconscious since the destruction of the Holy Grail. Of course, there were people guarding the door. They were two superior knights who were lightly injured in this battle. However, what these two loyal knights didn't know was that in the room they were guarding, a stranger had already broken in. Miss Maid had been standing by the bed for 1 or 2 minutes. She looked at the sleeping Lancelot and seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, Miss Maid walked to the bedside and pressed her hand on Lancelot's forehead. A black light spot slowly merged into her body. After this, Lancelot's body began to float. A large amount of black fog gushed out from her body, and her body also disappeared bit by bit along with the black fog until she finally disappeared. The black fog immediately began to gather again. Finally it took shape. It was still Lancelot's appearance, but now she was dressed like a noblewoman. Her hands were folded in front of her body. After waking up, she slowly opened her eyes. Different from Lancelot's facial paralysis under normal circumstances, this her was obviously much more expressive. At the same time, it was amazing to see her amazing beauty with these subtle expressions. Long time no see, Miss Yi. Her face was like a peach blossom, and she smiled. Eleanor, indeed, it has been a while. Miss Maid nodded and then said expressionlessly, do you know why I forced you to wake up? The Duchess of Aquitaine was puzzled at this time. As the person in charge of all the rewards and punishments of the Black Soul envoys, if you forced a black soul on vacation to wake up, it probably means that this vacation will be terminated? But I don't remember breaking the rules of vacation. So, forgive my ignorance, I really don't know. Have you forgotten what you did so quickly? Miss Maid said indifferently. Do you need me to remind you of what you did in the royal hall? Are you referring to the Holy Grail? Eleanor was surprised at this time. If my memory is not in chaos, then this Holy Grail is the owner's. Eleanor suddenly stopped and glanced at the servant girl. She chuckled and said, it was bestowed to me by the previous empress to be used in that battle, right? Since it hasn't been taken back until now, then I should still have the right to use it. In other words, even if I destroy it, I should still have the right to use it. After all, it was already given to me, wasn't it? Even if it was given to you, it still belongs to the shop. Miss Maid said expressionlessly, as the property of the shop. Even you exist as the property of the shop. Don't tell me you don't know how much extra income the Holy Grail can bring to the owner? In this way, can you still feel that you did nothing wrong? The Duchess of Aquitaine narrowed her eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, ah, how long have I been sleeping? Centuries. Has it been so long that you, who never cared about the profit and loss of the shop and never cared about the owner's transactions, began to care about these things? Or is it that the new owner is a little too prodigal, so there's not enough time? Miss Maid showed a gentle smile and said softly, Eleanor, I'm responsible for punishing and rewarding the Black Soul envoys. The highest limit of my authority includes extinguishing your life lamp from the Ark of the Covenant. The Duchess stopped smiling. When she looked at the servant girl, she was quite surprised. Then she asked curiously, it seems that we have an incredible new owner in our shop. So, are you going to summon me now? Master doesn't mean that. You don't have to, Miss Maid said indifferently. Well, you obviously flirted with me before. What a heartless person. The Duchess shook her head, slightly regretfully. Then, under the kind gaze of Miss Maid, she walked back to the bed and sat down. She looked up at Miss Maid and said with a smile, "The loss of the Holy Grail can be deducted from my performance. If I remember correctly, I can still repay the loss of about 10 Holy Grail. If there's nothing else, then I'll continue my vacation." Miss Maid didn't say anything until now. She just looked at the Duchess lying on the bed and listened to her last words before she closed her eyes. "I'm very happy to see you change after waking up temporarily. My good student, can you say hello to our new owner for me?" That's just a memory of a subworld. The Duchess slowly closed her eyes. Her body turned into a black mist state and then returned to her original appearance of Lancelot. Miss Maid sighed slowly and looked at her, who had returned to the unconscious state. She walked forward and covered her with the blanket again. Well, the blanket seemed to be covering her a little too much. In the end, it even covered her head. When Her Majesty saw Lancelot covered by the white blanket when Dagonite and Ophon arrived, she was shocked. Usually, this appearance could only be seen in the morgue. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. At this time, Dagonite's phone rang. He picked it up, grunted, and then said indifferently, "Okay, I got it. Send someone to catch him." After he put down the phone, he looked at Her Majesty and said, "Mother, those who were detained in the myth of Doomsday have been rescued." "I got it." Her Majesty nodded and didn't seem to be worried. She just carefully tidied up the blanket for Lancelot. "Oh, Dagonite, is this your prank? You won't be able to find a woman you like this. It's too ungentlemanly." "It's not me." Ophon looked at Dagonite in surprise. Mr. Clown changed into a crying face. "It's really not me." Fog City, in a middle-class residence. The sound of chains being forcibly broken rang out. After the chain fragments, made of Hamesite, fell to the ground, it made a crisp sound. In the end, it was Catherine who unlocked the chain. At this time, she rubbed her wrist and then looked at the figure in front of her with dissatisfaction. The figure was wearing a gray-black robe and a mouthless mask. Guardian of the royal family. "I say, how long are you going to wear this mask? Hurry up and return my handsome Caesar to me, will you?" The guardian of the royal family reached out and took off the mask on his face, revealing his original appearance. Caesar. Catherine screamed at this time and directly threw herself into his arms, then comfortably rubbed his chest. After a while, she looked up and said, "How was it? My acting in the auditorium was not bad, right? I really cried. How are you going to reward me?" Caesar just rubbed her hair and gave her a smile, then looked at everyone in the room. He bowed deeply to Judas and the others, then said softly, "This time, thank you for your hard work for my willfulness." "Leader, you didn't do anything wrong." Judas smiled and said, "You have already told us what to do, so we will bear everything with you. Besides, compared to the original situation, now that the Queen has real power, it is more beneficial for us." Caesar was not too pretentious. He just nodded and then said, "Tomorrow, let's go back. There should be a meeting tomorrow night. I need to appear in front of those people early. Leader, can we have a holiday?" Tipu's face was bitter, but in the next second he was directly picked up by Judas and walked out of the room. After that, Dobas nodded to Caesar and Catherine. "Then I will go to the shop. I hope it is not badly damaged." Soon, only Kate and Catherine were left in the room. At this time, Catherine stood on tiptoe, grabbed his head with both hands, and began to fiercely kiss him. The sound of panting began to sound. After a storm, Catherine had fallen asleep. Kate stood naked in front of the bed. After covering her with a quilt, he put on his nightgown and left the room, to the study room of this house. But to his surprise, or rather his whole body tightened in an instant, he saw a person in the study room who did not belong here, standing in front of the bookcase in the study room, holding a book in his hand and looking down. He heard Caesar push the door open and came in, so he closed the book. He said with a smile, "Sorry, I have been here for a while, but it seems that it is not the right time, so I have to wait here for a while." Caesar didn't disturb anyone in the room. He just casually walked in and then gently closed the door. His pair of eyes instantly turned into a resplendent amber gold color. "I don't mean any harm. You can just treat me as a salesman," he said softly. "Besides, it is better for your body not to continuously use power that does not belong to you, Mr. Caesar, or rather, Prince Caphra." The person who appeared in front of Caesar was the mysterious young man who claimed to be a passerby that he had met in the theater. Hashtag, 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 hashtag Pearson. The next chapter will be later. Chapter 1321. Suddenly it started to rain. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse just a while ago. Or rather, they had just experienced a thrilling, doomsday-like horror. People walked on the streets and reached out to touch the drizzle that slowly fell. While feeling the rain wetting them, they seemed to have forgotten something. Such a scene could be seen everywhere on the streets of the entire fog city and within the city. People stared blankly at the sky in the rain, and then gradually lost their minds. Old people, men, women, children, and even pets. There seemed to be something shuttling in the rain, shuttling quickly. It was a figure in a black robe. They wandered to every corner of the city, holding magic wands that could enhance magic spells, and began to wave at the destroyed buildings and streets. Such a strange scene could be seen. The collapsed buildings and the broken materials began to float up little by little, and then quickly returned to their original positions. When the materials were reassembled, even if there were no cracks left, it returned to its original appearance. The damaged potholes on the streets began to be filled up. The damaged public facilities also began to gradually recover as if they were self-repairing. A special spell called Restoration Spell was used. As for the one who released the spell, it was naturally the magician team that came this time. "Hurry up. We need to repair the damaged parts of the city before sunrise." The person who commanded the magicians at this time transmitted the message to all the magicians. "Don't worry about all the consumption. All the consumption of the secret crystals will be reimbursed by the Queen of Britain. Although we didn't participate in the battle this time, we have to let the British Knights see the ability of the Magician Association carefully." So these figures shuttling through the streets and buildings sped up a little. In the streets, the secret crystals that had been used up to store magic power and turned into ordinary stones could be seen everywhere. Outside the window, it was drizzling. Occasionally, a black shadow could be seen flying in the distance. In the study, Caesar didn't really relax his tense state, but silently moved 2 steps closer. Last time it was a passerby, this time it's a salesman. What will it be next time? Caesar asked expressionlessly. The mysterious young man, Boss Luo, said casually, "To be honest, I don't know what it will be like the next time we meet. Maybe we won't even have the chance to meet again. Recently, I've gotten used to letting things happen naturally. Simply put, it's more up to fate." Suddenly, Caesar relaxed his body, and his tense muscles began to relax. He slowly exhaled. "Your Excellency, you're here in the middle of the night. I don't think you're really here to promote something. I don't think I need anything." Luocho smiled and said, "There will always be some things that you and I need. As long as there are living beings, they will always act for something. If there really isn't, then it's probably a creature like as long as I can sleep. About 4 hours ago, I received some notifications." Luocho looked at Caesar's furrowed brows and slowly said, "The number of souls received included the souls of 1,000 pigs. To be honest, I was quite shocked." Suddenly, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Caesar's forehead. At this moment, it was as if there was a kind of darkness shrouding him. Even the whole world he saw. The darkness didn't really appear. It was just his feeling at this moment. "You're the Holy Grail?" Caesar's expression changed dramatically at this moment. "Mr. Caesar, you have a sense of humor." Luocho smiled. "However, strictly speaking, I do have some relationship with the Holy Grail that you know. Or rather, it can be said that it's something that I recently inherited." Well, it's a bit inappropriate to say that it's something that's currently under my name. This way, it'll be easier to understand. Yes. Caesar was silent for a while before he frowned and said, "The origin of the Holy Grail is very mysterious. The Knight mechanism has always kept it a secret. But obviously, the Holy Grail is different from the cup that contained the blood of the saints that appeared in history. You are the one who made the Holy Grail." "I'm not the one who made it." Boss Luo shook his head. "But I have the ability to make it." Boss Luo stretched out his hand, and a ball of light appeared at the center of his palm. The Holy Grail that was destroyed by Lancelot in the royal hall was now slowly being restored in front of Caesar's eyes. When the last crack on the Holy Grail disappeared, the aura that Kieran felt when he faced the Holy Grail hit him in the face once more. Luaccio casually placed the Holy Grail on the desk in the study room. Caesar slowly took a breath, and his finger quietly pointed at the floor of the study room at this moment. His only plan at this moment was to warn everyone in the room and let them leave the room as soon as possible. He had already felt the difference in power, and it was a difference that couldn't be made up at all. Once he made a move, he might not even have the chance to make a move. "Don't you like it?" Unexpectedly, just as Caesar was about to warn them, Boss Luo stretched out his hand and tapped on the Holy Grail. At this moment, the Holy Grail directly disintegrated in front of Caesar again, restoring the Holy Grail. Destroying the Holy Grail in less than 10 seconds was as simple as kneading a ceramic embryo with clay. What happened in front of him at this moment had already made Caesar's thoughts stagnate, or actually, since he entered the door, some kind of illusion magic was cast on him, but the warning that he originally intended to give was stopped because of this. We don't want to believe that what happened in front of us is beyond our understanding. Although the Holy Grail directly disintegrated under Luaccio's finger, it didn't disperse. Instead, it maintained a state of scattered particles, as if it would gather again at any time. Boss Luo continued to speak. Just like tonight, the residents of Fog City also found it hard to believe what happened. They looked at you, and you looked at the Holy Grail. It was the same. Why did you come to me? It wasn't that he didn't believe it. The first thing that came to his mind was that he might be under some kind of illusion magic, but it was also because of the inertia of his thoughts. In fact, he had already experienced how powerful the other party was. When he couldn't break that invisible barrier in the theater, he was already very clear about it. He didn't want to believe that the Holy Grail that was destroyed after a big battle could be so easily created and destroyed by the other party. It was also the reason why Tipu didn't want to believe that the Holy Grail was so powerful and used a defensive-type secret treasure as an explanation. But when faced with these lies and the truth in the end, he still chose the truth that he couldn't believe. His throat was a little dry as he asked the question in his heart. "I'm really just here to sell." Luaccio smiled and said, "I think you might need something for what you want to do in this life." "You mean the Holy Grail?" After a moment of silence, Caesar couldn't help but frown. "You don't want the Holy Grail." Luaccio shook his head. "If you want the Holy Grail, you have too many chances to easily take it from Hopkins before he had time to make a wish to the Holy Grail. Why did you leave it until the end?" Although the Holy Grail was destroyed in the process, which indeed caught the initiator of this plan, that lady, and you a little off guard, but it's obvious that you want to see it destroyed. "This kind of power shouldn't be left in this world," Caesar said seriously. "How many Hopkins will appear again and again because of the Holy Grail? That's why I want to recommend something else to you." Luo smiled slowly. "It's a place where you, the orcs behind you, and even the orcs you've been trying to help all your life, can walk openly under the sun and in front of people. What did you say?" Caesar couldn't help but open his mouth. "I'll let you experience it more directly." At this moment, Boss Luo smiled and then snapped his fingers in a relaxed manner. The world changed in an instant. The study room with soft orange light disappeared from Caesar's eyes in less than a blink of an eye. It was replaced by a lively and prosperous town. At this moment, he and Luaccio were standing on the city wall of this huge town. People in a hurry, streets in the style of the middle world, and all kinds of women, either wearing all kinds of strange armor or holding staffs in their hands, dressed like mages in fantasy. There were also beautiful people who carried bows and arrows on their backs, like the legendary elves in the legends. There were even orcs who were either rough or petite, with obvious beastly characteristics, walking normally on the streets and casually chatting with others. This place. Caesar looked at everything in front of him emotionally. Among all kinds of people, there were demi-humans and even orcs, the legendary elves. They walked freely on the streets. They chatted and laughed, talking about all kinds of topics. In humans, they didn't mean to hide themselves. For him, at this moment, it was as if he had come to the legendary Eden. Welcome to the town of origin. Luaccio's voice sounded softly in Caesar's ears. I named this world Aizu Grand World. This is a fantasy-style world, a real world created by me. In this place, even the orcs won't be suppressed or excluded, and humans won't be afraid of the orcs' existence. On the contrary, the orcs are a very popular race in the team here. Here, even a kingdom belonging to the orcs has begun to appear. Under the vast and almost infinite clear blue sky, a cool breeze swept over the city wall and blew Caesar's hair. He subconsciously put his hands on the fence of the city wall and looked down at everything below. I think, compared to what Mr. Caesar has been secretly doing all this time, what you want to achieve and change the current situation of the orc society may be more suitable here. Luaccio said softly, so I intend to sell it to you. Of course, the only drawback here is there's no such thing as the internet for the time being, and the living standards vary according to different areas. The most advanced is probably the 40s and 50s of the last century. In addition, there is a slight suspicion of escape here. But even if it's an escape, it's enough. Caesar turned around. It's really an irresistible promotion. It seemed that he had gone through a long journey. When he came back again, only 10 minutes had passed. The so-called salesman had left the study and left the room, and what he left for Caesar was only a certificate that allowed him to freely go to the Aizu Grand World. Only those with orc blood could enter that world through it. First, you need to explain the situation of this world to every orc. Second, whether to go or not. It's not allowed to be decided by force. It needs to be decided by the orcs themselves. If you agree, go. If you don't, please eliminate everything you see. Third, you have a chance to show the Aizu Grand World to each orc you choose. But at the same time, once an orc enters this world, he can't return here again. Fourth, once you die in this world, your soul will belong to me. And the words that he left behind. Aizu Grand World. A world where we can live under the sun. Caesar sat at the desk, silently clenching the certificate in his hand, and fell into deep thought. The rain outside hadn't stopped yet. He was very clear about the effect of the rain. This was a spell called Memory Erasure, jointly released by the magician troupe. It would make the residents who had experienced the Fog City incident selectively forget about the orcs and all supernatural things. This was also the countermeasure that he had prepared at the beginning when he and the queen planned this action. Suddenly, Caesar felt that he seemed to have done something that wasted his energy all these years. A deep sense of fatigue quietly came over him, in front of the certificate in his hand. He even had an impulse to go out and take a shower from the rain falling from the sky. But this level of memory erasure spell couldn't have an effect on the inhuman. Yes, even the weakest inhuman couldn't have an effect on it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It wasn't the voice of Judas, Tipu, or even Catherine. It was the voice of an old woman. It was the voice of a maid who had been in charge of the daily cleaning in this room. The voice of the most ordinary human. Mr. Davis, are you in there? Can I come in? Caesar slowly exhaled at this time. Then his body and even his appearance began to age at this time. He was no longer handsome like a prince, but an ordinary man in his 40s. With the voice of this age, Caesar said slowly, "It's me. Come in." The maid pushed the door and came in. After seeing that it was really the owner of the house, Mr. Davis, she was relieved and then said, "I seem to hear a sound here, so I came to have a look, afraid that it was a thief." "It's okay. I'm looking at the documents." Caesar said indifferently, "In addition, I'll end my vacation tomorrow and set off for Northern Ireland. Please take care of this place." "This is my job. I'll take good care of this house," the maid said respectfully. She could not take care of it because this house was bought by Mr. Davis, the Chief Minister of Northern Ireland, in Fog City for his holidays. She had worked here for more than 10 years. The Palace of Westminster was the first place to be repaired. On the sightseeing floor of the giant clock called the Clock Tower of the Palace of Westminster, Luaccio was overlooking the city that was being repaired bit by bit. Suddenly he opened his mouth and said, "The city is like a giant clock that is constantly turning. Everyone who lived here was a small part of it. Everyone has a role that can't be ignored. In this inhuman event, even ordinary people can play their role. It's a very fulfilling night, don't you think so?" Boss Luo turned around. Behind him, Miss Maid walked slowly. "Master, it seems that you had a good time tonight." "After all, this time I was a good audience." Luaccio smiled. "How was it with your student?" It felt like I was fooled by a naughty student. Miss Maid smiled faintly, but there was a rare gentleness in her eyes for outsiders. "It should be a good time." Luaccio smiled and then opened his palm. A colorful flower began to emerge from his palm. "For you, the legendary pansy." Miss Maid naturally recognized it at a glance. "Yes, although it's just a legend." Luaccio handed the flower to Miss Maid, "but it's good to turn the legend into reality." It was a real flower that naturally grew in violation of the law of nature. It was just that the time from creation to growth was accelerated. Keeping the pansy flower in front of her chest, Miss Maid lowered her head and smiled. Soon after, she looked up. "Master, regarding the punishment for the destruction of the Holy Grail this time, the punishment has been issued. Eleanor has tactfully requested for compensation. Luaccio nodded. "When I checked the account book, she seemed to be your former maid. Do you want to increase her fine?" Miss Maid said indifferently, "I think you should increase it. You can immediately stop her vacation and let her return to work." Luaccio just smiled. "Although I haven't seen her personally, she was a senior who taught you for a period of time. I'll let it go this time. Besides," in the palm of his hand, the Holy Grail in a free state appeared and gathered together again. Luaccio said casually, "When the previous owner created this thing, it came with a self-healing ability. Since it's back, there's no problem. But it's a bit inappropriate to let it stay here. Master, are you going to put it back in the storage room?" Miss Maid asked curiously. Let me think." Boss Luo pondered for a while, and then an idea came to him. He waved his hand and opened a door. The critical door. Boss Luo threw the Holy Grail in and said, "The subworld is random. It will come with its own legend, and then it will be fought for. Why don't we call it the Holy Grail War?" Miss Maid's gaze remained unchanged. "Anyway, as long as the master was happy." Luaccio suddenly said, "By the way, the doomsday myth will disappear from this world little by little until it's completely erased. In this way, you don't have to stand on the dictionary as punishment." The rain stopped. The boss and the maid accompanied each other on the central tower until dawn. When the city was completely restored, the first ray of light began to move toward them from the end of the horizon. The pansy in her hand was bathed in the morning light and was dazzling. Hashtag PS 15/30. Chapter 13:22. After the city was repaired, there were no real scars left behind. The effect of the elimination spell was much better than expected. Of course, what happened in Fog City had already been published in the magic newspaper created by the Magician Association. In the dynamic newspaper headlines, there were even many scenes of the fierce battle that happened in Fog City last night. The vortex of discussion had quietly rolled up in the countries of Eurasia. In the Platinum Palace, it was already 9:00 the next morning. Her Majesty the Queen, accompanied by Dagonet and Orphan, received the leader of the magician team, Deacon Ace. "Mr. Ace, this is your holy lance. Please check that it is intact." Inside the box was the holy lance used by the royal guardian last night to defeat Hopkins. It was held by Dagonet. Deacon Ace's palm just casually swept over the box and smiled. "I believe that Her Majesty the Queen is a respectable person who will keep her promise." The Queen said indifferently, "About the cost of repairing Fog City, please make a detailed list. After verifying that there is no mistake, I will send someone to personally send it to your association." Then, about the mineral deposits in the Northeast? Deacon Ace narrowed his eyes. He was more like a shrewd businessman than a magician. This was actually the most important thing. There were several exclusive materials in Britain. "About this part of the matter, I will personally discuss it with the people in your association later," the Queen said with a smile. The deacon didn't say much. After nodding, he left with the holy lance. As for how the two sides would argue about the mineral deposits, it was a matter for the higher-ups. After Ace left, Her Majesty the Queen met with Gareth, Trusty, and Bedivere separately. The last person she met was Mr. Gareth. Before the duel last night, they had already pledged allegiance to the current royal family. No, to be precise, they only pledged allegiance to the current Queen and not to the current British royal family. Before this group of people at the round table pledged their allegiance, they actually left some room for maneuver. Gareth thought about the Queen's intention of meeting with the three of them alone. Unexpectedly, Her Majesty the Queen was very direct. "What?" At this moment, Mr. Gareth's face was full of disbelief. "You want me to take over the night mechanism of Fog City?" Trusty and Bedivere have already agreed to take over their respective night organizations. Her Majesty said seriously, "You're the only one left, Gareth." Gareth frowned and said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, there has never been a precedent in history for a Knight of the Round Table to take over an organization." The Queen said, "If there is no such example, then it can't appear in the future. Gareth, are you willing to see the British knighthood once again fall into the hands of people like Sir Hopkins? Are you going to let me re-elect the Grand Secretary and then command you? Or do you not have the confidence to do a good job, Gareth?" "That's not what I mean." Mr. Gareth shook his head. At this time, he naturally understood the intention of letting the 12 who had already pledged their loyalty to each take over different knight mechanisms. For Knights of the Round Table who had inherited the power of inheritance like them, once they had made an oath, they would not betray the Queen. Letting them take over the knightly organization was equivalent to consolidating Her Majesty's control over the knightly organization. "I just don't understand. Why me?" Gareth smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I didn't play much of a role in the whole thing. I wasn't like Lancelot who destroyed the Holy Grail, and I wasn't like Dagonet who carried out the undercover work." "Gareth," Her Majesty smiled at this time, "I originally intended to let Dagonet take over the knightly organization of Fog City, but he recommended you to me." "Dagonet recommended me?" Ignoring Gareth's surprise at this time, Her Majesty directly signed a document. "Gareth, I have written the document of your appointment. I hope that your future work will make me feel that this recommendation will not disappoint. Are you still planning to not take it?" What else could he say? The document was already written. Taking a deep breath, Gareth cautiously took the appointment. Then, the matter of discussing how to rebuild the knightly organization will be temporarily handed over to you, Trusty, and Bedivere to coordinate. I believe that if the three of you can work together, there will be a very good start, right? I will do my best. After saluting, Gareth took the mission document and left the Queen's office, feeling a little unreal. As soon as he came out, he let out a long sigh. Her Majesty seemed to be a completely different person from before. He even felt more reserved when facing her than when facing Sir Hopkins. But at this time he saw that outside the corridor someone was leaning against the wall as if waiting for him to come out. The clown Dagonet. Gareth was silent for a while and finally walked to Dagonet. He hesitated and said, "Before I came here I went back to Hopkins Manor. I found Geraint, a few cabinet elders, and others in the place where the prisoners were held. They didn't die at all." Mr. Clown narrowed his eyes at this time. "Even if you found them, except for Geraint and some of the knights, those cabinet elders won't be released. Of course, it's the same for their loyal ones. Her Majesty won't so easily return the situation that has already been opened to those old guys again. They will spend the next few days leisurely." "Why?" Gareth lowered his head. Dagonet was startled. Then he shrugged and said, "Are you talking about recommending you to take over the knights of Fog City? Didn't I say, Gareth, you are more suitable for these trivial things than me? Are you going to let me sit in the office and sign documents? Maybe my signature will be different every time." Gareth grabbed Dagonet's collar with one hand and pulled him in front of himself. "I say, why did you lie to me that you killed so many people, killed Geraint?" "Did I lie to you?" Mr. Clown had a fearful expression on his face. "I remember reminding you about this." Gareth couldn't help but be startled. Mr. Clown shook his head. "I say, Gareth, can you have some confidence in me? I made a knight's oath in front of King Arthur's statue. I said this sentence, didn't I? Who knew you were referring to this at that time?" Gareth pinched Dagonet's neck with both hands and was furious. Mr. Clown looked like he was about to suffocate, but he suddenly let go of his hand, looked at Dagonet, who couldn't stop coughing, and sighed, "It's not you, it's really great." Gareth, Mr. Clown suddenly put on a bright smile and said slyly, "Are you feeling very guilty towards me? Are you blaming yourself for not trusting your companions? It's okay. For the next year, you can contribute your salary to me. So my wounded heart will be well healed. Get out!" Mr. Gareth strode away. "Half a year?" Mr. Clown hurriedly chased after him and hooked his shoulder. "Get out. 3 months. Go to hell. 1 month, okay? I'm running out of flying knives, recently." The voices gradually faded away from the corridor. When Her Majesty came out of the office, she only saw the backs of the 2 people before they disappeared. At this time, a servant came to Her Majesty and told her that Lancelot had woken up. Later, Lancelot was transferred to Platinum Palace for treatment. When Her Majesty walked into the room, Lancelot was sitting on the bed silently, looking at her hands, seeming to be absent-minded. "My queen!" Hearing the sound, she immediately wanted to get down from the bed. Her Majesty waved her hand and said with a smile, "I'm not stupid enough to let a patient bow to me." "No," Lancelot hurriedly said, "you're the wisest queen I've ever seen. I've heard about what happened yesterday. I didn't expect so many things to happen, and I've been kept in the dark. I'm sorry. I didn't do anything, and even let someone take away my holy seal. I don't deserve the name Lancelot du Lake anymore." Her Majesty came to the bedside and sat down, suddenly saying, "Do you remember what I said to you when you and I were trapped in the stone room?" Lancelot nodded, subconsciously. Her Majesty said, "Now my hands have been released from your eyes, and the light has come. Don't you want to prepare yourself?" Lancelot moved her lips and whispered, "But now I'm all ready. This is what the Guardian found from Oberon S. body after eliminating him." Her Majesty handed a box to Lancelot. "I think it belongs to you." When the box was opened, a soft light shone on Lancelot's face. It was the Holy Seal of Lancelot du Lake. Lancelot lowered her head and stared blankly at the Holy Seal floating in the air, and then it automatically integrated into her body little by little. She was originally the rightful inheritor of this power. When the disrupted inheritance rights were restored to the right track, the Holy Seal obeyed the ancient oath and returned to her body again. Am I still qualified? Lancelot muttered to herself. But she suddenly felt something pressing down on her head. She opened her mouth in surprise. The thing pressing down on her head was a book. It was the book put down by Her Majesty. Her Majesty squinted her eyes and smiled. If you still can't forgive yourself, why don't you try to punish yourself? Hold this book and don't let it fall down for a whole day. If you fail, you have to eat 100 strawberry sundaes within an hour. What do you think? I'll do it. Lancelot took a deep breath. She carefully got down from the bed and looked at the book on top of her head. If it was only balancing, it was not too difficult for her to do so with the training she had been doing all this time. By the way, stand up straight. You have to be like a lady. Remember, you're a lady now, not a knight. Her Majesty said with a smile, Don't be so tense, relax. Yes, relax a little more. Is that so? Lancelot couldn't help feeling a little unnatural. Well, it's almost done. Her Majesty smiled and looked at Lancelot's standing posture with satisfaction. Then she suddenly said, By the way, Lancelot, are you interested in being my student? Pah! Because it was too sudden. The book that had been balanced very well fell from Lancelot's head, just like that. It seems that the chefs have to work overtime. Her Majesty suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. When Mr. Davis, led by the guard, came to the Queen's office, he was a little surprised to see a woman in a white tuxedo shirt with a book called Confession on her head. Mr. Davis, Her Majesty is waiting for you inside. Please come in, Lancelot said expressionlessly. I remember your name is Lancelot? Mr. Davis nodded. Yes. Lancelot didn't nod. She just blinked. Last year, when the Queen visited Northern Ireland, we met once at a local banquet. So you still remember. Mr. Davis nodded and then smiled. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Lancelot was a little surprised, but her expression was as usual. After Davis walked into the Queen's office, she continued to stand in front of the door and perform her guard duty. In the room, Her Majesty personally made a pot of tea for Davis. They looked at each other for a while in the discussion area next to the office. I'm leaving at noon. I have a meeting in the afternoon. Mr. Davis, Caesar said, slowly at this time, you took a long leave this time. Actually, you can continue to stay for a while. Her Majesty said slowly, the previous Prime Minister is dead. I need someone to help me. Caesar said indifferently, Elizabeth, I've been operating in Northern Ireland for more than 10 years. Over the years, I've been secretly arranging for the orcs to live there with new identities. In fact, it's enough. You should understand that I have little interest in the so-called power of the British government. That's a pity. The Queen laughed bitterly. I know I can't make you stay by my side. It's already beyond my expectations that you're willing to help me this time. In fact, at first, I didn't even think that you would agree to help me. After all, some orcs need to be sacrificed this time, but I need this effect. Caesar said expressionlessly, the incident in Fog City has begun to spread among the non-humans in Eurasia. In the next period of time, the anti-orc voices will intensify again. The living environment of the orcs on Eurasia will become more difficult. Only in this way will they have the courage to find new opportunities. Elizabeth, do you know? There are at least 740,000 orcs in the world now, but I've only settled 30,000 in Northern Ireland so far. They still don't have the courage to take this step. Her Majesty shook her head. If there's a need, please don't hesitate. If you need political support, I'll do my best. Thank you. Caesar nodded directly without being too pretentious, then stood up. Then I'll take my leave. If I'm not wrong, you should go to the Magician Association to negotiate with them in person. Right? When the time comes, the guardian of the royal family will appear by your side again. You're always so reassuring. Her Majesty sighed. No wonder Margaret loves you so much. After a moment of silence, Caesar said, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Her Majesty suddenly said, Caesar, can I see Margaret's 2 children? After all, they're my nephews. You'll see them soon, probably. At noon, accompanied by Miss Maid, Luocchio came to the door of a small shop that looked quite secretive. This place was found according to the address given by a certain lady. Lady Maria's magic house. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 1323. When the magician troupe went to Britain, the route was rather secretive in order not to attract attention. Naturally, the transportation they chose was not very comfortable. For these magicians, such a journey was naturally disdainful. But it was different when they returned. Since they had completed their work, they naturally wouldn't choose those narrow and bumpy tools. The Queen specially booked a whole plane for them, and the person in charge of sending them off this time was Mr. Bedivere, who had just become the head of Edinburgh's night organization a few hours ago. He was chatting with Deacon Ace in the car. Pansy. When he heard this name, Deacon Ace's expression was obviously a little unnatural. He frowned and muttered, Mr. Bedivere, why did you suddenly mention this name? Bedivere was familiar with most of the famous magicians in the British Empire, but he was unfamiliar with the couple he met last night, even though they claimed to be freelance magicians. After that, Bedivere suddenly remembered something. That was, from the beginning to the end, no one knew the name of the mysterious young man who injected a huge amount of magic into the compound spell. It was as if no one had ever thought of this question. As for the pansy, he only knew about it from Klein's introduction at the beginning. Later, after a simple conversation with Klein, Bedivere found out that it was indeed Klein's first time meeting this man and woman. Yes, I only heard of this name by chance, so I was a little curious. Bedivere said slowly, Mr. Ace seems to know the owner of this name. Deacon Ace shook his head and looked at the new head of Edinburgh's night organization with suspicion. There is actually nothing to hide about the pansy, as long as you ask around. It is very easy to find out from the magic world. Have you heard of the title Legendary Witch? Bedivere was startled and said, Could it be that the pansy is this legendary witch? I have heard of this legend. One of the few top secret pharmacists in the world, and she is also free. Legend has it that when she was certified as a secret apothecary, she solved a problem that had existed for centuries in the history of secret apothecaries in a single day and successfully created a perfect 6-star potion. Thus, on the day she completed her certification, she was given the certificate of the highest level of secret apothecary. Later on, because of her temperament, she was called the Legendary Witch. Most people know about this, and the title of Legendary Witch is much more widespread than her original name. Deacon Ace nodded and said, But if you're a secret pharmacist, you would know the name Heptagon. However, she has been missing for more than 30 years. It's normal that Mr. Bedivere doesn't know about her. Bedivere asked, Mr. Ace, have you seen this legendary witch? Deacon Ace shook his head as if he was at a loss for words. He sighed and said, If possible, I would rather have never seen it. Really, Mr. Bedivere, I advise you to not get involved with the legendary witch. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Bedivere couldn't help but frown. However, Deacon Ace sighed. Let me show you something. With that, Deacon Ace slowly lifted his clothes, revealing his abdomen and chest. Bedivere's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Your body, as a surgeon. Bedivere found it hard to imagine what he was seeing, because the part below Deacon Ace's neck couldn't be called a human body at all. Instead, it was directly made with various instruments, surgical engravings, artificial organs, and crystals. Although all the parts could be seen that they were arranged to imitate the internal organs of the human body very well. This is my current body. Deacon Ace smiled bitterly and said, Now these organs and their annual maintenance cost is a huge consumption. The reason why my body became like this is only because I once used my body to exchange for a bottle of potion from the legendary witch. To be honest, I actually regret my original choice. Why did she take away your body? Bedivere asked, puzzled. Mr. Ace shook his head. Instead of saying why she took away my body, it's better to say among the price of asking her to help, this is the only thing I can afford. So, it's best not to get involved with the legendary witch, because you will always be unable to resist the temptation she brings to you. Then you will lose it, and you will even regret it in the future. Bedivere suddenly asked, "What does this legendary witch look like?" Deacon Ace gave him a strange look. Bedivere said calmly, "If we don't know the appearance of such a dangerous person, it will make people feel uneasy. No one knows what she looks like," Deacon Ace said, "because she never shows her true face. So no one can find her in the 30 years she has been missing. Perhaps she is by your side, but you and I never know." Bedivere nodded, but he was thinking about something else. However, Klein's words couldn't prove that the pansy he mentioned was the legendary witch. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing to have such a dangerous person in Britain. It didn't take long for the car to arrive at the airport. After personally sending all the members of the magician troupe onto the plane and watching the plane take off and disappear, Bedivere left the airport. Maria Holick, the name of the magic house in front of him, gave him the feeling when he first met the club. Of course, the nature was naturally completely different. The only similarity was probably that they were both opened on the busy road. In addition, only Inhumans could see through the disguise on the surface. In fact, it was a laundry in a relatively quiet place on this busy road. It was a little different from last night. When Luaccio and Miss Maid walked into the laundry, Ms. Maria was holding a large pile of clothes to be dry cleaned. As for the laundry area, there was only a middle-aged woman sitting and reading a magazine, waiting to take out the clothes in the washing machine. Today, Ms. Maria was wearing a work apron. Compared to last night's slightly dusty appearance, she seemed to be younger. Perhaps it was because the makeup she wore last night was more mature? She looked like a different person. "You are." When Maria saw Luaccio, she was stunned at first, and then said, "Are you two going to wash clothes?" Luaccio only felt a little strange. At this time, Maria didn't seem to know him. But he didn't remember that he had erased his existence from her perception. The rain of elimination spell before dawn shouldn't have made her lose this part of her memory. But the doubt only lasted for a moment. Luaccio quickly smiled and said, "We are here to see Ms. Maria. If it's convenient, can you please let her come out? By the way, how should I address you?" "Looking for my sister?" Ms. Maria in front of him frowned. Luaccio took out a card. After taking a look at the card, she said with a look of realization, "Are you her guests? I don't think I have seen you before." "You can say that I just met her," Luaccio said casually. "So are you in a hurry?" "If you are not in a hurry." She nodded. Then her eyes fell on the woman in the laundry area and said with some embarrassment, "This lady is a regular customer of mine." "It's okay." Luaccio smiled. "In this case, can you two go inside and wait for a while?" she said, pointing to a door leading inside, indicating that they could go in directly. "I'll be there soon." After a while, after the laundry customer took the clothes, she directly hung a sign on the door of the laundry shop, and then came to Luaccio and Miss Maid. The laundry shop was connected to the living place, about half of the space. The living place was a bit simple, but relatively clean. Miss Maid seemed to be more satisfied with this environment. It was rare that she didn't wipe the chair before her master sat down. "My sister just came back this morning, and then fell asleep. She seemed a little tired. She didn't tell me that there would be new guests coming to see her. Maybe she was too tired and forgot?" She served tea, and then quickly said, "Please wait a moment, I'll call her. She's about to wake up." Then it was a rather magical scene. Ms. Maria sat down, and then her head suddenly dropped. When she looked up again, she yawned and stretched. Her big breasts supported the apron on her body, which could bring vitality to people. Then she showed a slightly frivolous smile. This was the witch Luaccio met Maria. Sorry. I was too tired when I came back this morning. I didn't think about anything and fell asleep directly. I didn't have time to tell her that you came back. Ms. Maria looked bitter at this time. And little brother, you suddenly disappeared again. I thought I was being molested. Why does the air suddenly seem to be colder? Ms. Maria suddenly shivered, but she couldn't find the source. The two people in front of her. Well, they are boys with such a healing smile. As for the woman next to them, she also has a kind look. So strange. Did someone secretly cast a bad spell on me? While she was thinking, she heard Luaccio ask curiously, Ms. Maria, are you sharing a body with your sister? Because of some reasons, I can only live in Teresa's body temporarily, Maria said rather casually. Oh, by the way, Teresa is this child's name. Let's not talk about this for now. Is this the legendary witch Heptel? Legendary witch? Boss Luo looked at his maid-cum-girlfriend and blinked. Ms. Maid said indifferently, probably some busybodies made it up when they were bored. I have never admitted it. I feel like I know more about you. Luaccio smiled. Ms. Maid looked at him, and her eyes suddenly softened. So dazzling Ms. Maria, who felt like she was about to be blinded by the dazzling light, suddenly felt hurt. She coughed lightly and said seriously, Gentlemen, why don't we talk in my magic house first? No matter what, it's not suitable to talk here. As she spoke, she knocked on the table, and a small magic wand about a foot long, like a conductor's baton, appeared in her palm. Then she lightly tapped on one of the walls of the house with this magic wand. On the white wall, painted with latex paint, neat cracks appeared in an instant. It was the common pattern of the eye-shaped bricks. Then the bricks on the wall began to fold in a regular pattern. Finally, what appeared in front of them was an oval entrance. Maria walked in first. Come in, welcome to Maria Holick. Guests. It was a bit like walking into a haunted house, but there was no strange smell. On the contrary, there was a light lavender fragrance in the air. It wasn't big, about 60 square meters. The surroundings were messy, but in fact, there were all kinds of strange objects and even creatures neatly placed. For example, a frog with slicked back hair and a cigar in its mouth. On the wall, there was a ribbon-shaped fish pond. A purple oncong fish was swimming slowly, opening its mouth from time to time to suck in the surrounding microorganisms. By the way, this oncong fish emitted a green light. It was a bit like a tourist entering an aquarium for the first time. Before Boss Luo sat down, he actually spent some time observing the strange things here. Meanwhile, the servant girl was carefully explaining the things here to her master. Her level of detail made Ms. Maria, who was about to show off her skills as a merchant in the magic house, feel a sense of defeat. Then, let me formally introduce myself. Maria coughed lightly again. I'm Maria, a freelance magic merchant. It's nice to meet you two. Especially I can see the legendary Pansy. It's really an honor. Although she said that, in fact, this witch was very nervous. After all, she was facing the legendary witch. You must hold on, Maria. You must not let the legendary witch look down on you. Smile naturally, don't be nervous. Ms. Maria, do you feel hot? Yes, I suddenly feel a bit hot. It's so hot, don't you think? Ha ha ha. Maria laughed, then pulled open her collar and fanned herself. Her rather deep cleavage was revealed again. Then this witch instantly felt as if she had entered the South Pole. A chill rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, and then from the top of her head to the soles of her feet, circulating back and forth several times. Achoo! The two people in front of her, well, they were still boys with such a healing smile. As for the legendary witch beside them, she still had a kind gaze. So strange. Chapter 1324. Miss Maria, let's get to the point. Miss Maid suddenly said, I heard that you're going to buy my potions, right? Before coming here, Miss Maid had already heard the general situation from her master, so she naturally got Luacio's permission to speak at this time. Otherwise, with her usual style, she wouldn't have spoken before Luacio spoke. And Boss Luo wanted to see how she dealt with magicians when she was a pharmacist. Hearing that, Maria was suddenly energized. Strangely, the chill came and went quickly. But this didn't mean that she could enter into the negotiation mode immediately. She didn't even think that the legendary witch could get to the point so easily. She even thought that both sides would need some time to beat around the bush. But considering the rumors about the legendary witch, she was moody and acted strangely, so it was understandable. Yes, Master Pansy. Master. This was the name given to the magicians at the top of the pyramid in the magic circle. After all, secret potions were also a branch of magic. There were only a few top secret potioneers in the world, so it wasn't rude to call them master. Then you should know my rules, Miss Maid said calmly. Maria nodded at this time, and then said nervously, I'll provide the materials and it's double. In addition, I need to agree to Master's request. If the first request can't be fulfilled, then I'll need to add another double with different requests. If the additional double request can't be fulfilled, then it will become Master's private property. If I remember correctly, this should be it? Mademoiselle Maria knows very well. The servant girl smiled, and her smile was like an angel's. Of course. Maria suddenly became very energetic. I'm a big fan of Master. I've read all the legends about you. I can recite them backwards. You're my idol for life, okay? She was a super rich woman who could sell a bottle of secret potions for 300,000 secret crystals, and she was the richest woman in the magic circle for many years. But I have a new rule now. Miss Maid smiled like an angel. New rules? Maria's expression immediately darkened. The servant girl smiled and took out a craft paper bag, the kind used to store bread when buying bread. Then she poked 2 holes in it and said with a smile, I'm now used to letting the client wear this mask to talk to me until the commission is completed. Maria was stunned at first. Then she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Miss Maid's angelic smile became more and more charming as she held the newly made cover. Ah, this little thing looks really unique. Maria let out a hollow laugh and gulped. She then took the craft paper bag. Isn't it just for carrying this thing? By the way, you can't take it off before the commission is completed, Miss Maid said softly, no matter when you are eating, bathing, or sleeping. I have never been able to take it off. Are you a devil? The commission. Do you still want to continue? The servant girl asked with a smile. Maria took a deep breath as if she had made a major decision. She gritted her teeth and put the paper bag over her head. No matter what kind of beauty she was before, she was only left with a pair of eyes at this moment. It was greasy and there were breadcrumbs inside. This is too much. Master Hepton, are you satisfied now? Maria asked in a stiff tone. Miss Maid said expressionlessly, Okay, Miss Maria, we can continue to talk about the secret medicine. The rules are still the same as before. Your request will be customized according to your commission. Can you remove the surname mask? Maria asked with grief and indignation. Miss Maid, who had learned the Luaccio style of ignoring from her master, said softly, Miss Maria, what's the commission about? After all, they had really gotten to the point. Maria had no choice but to convince herself not to mind the current situation. Although the greasy paper bag was really uncomfortable, she took a deep breath and inhaled the breadcrumbs into her nose. However, she couldn't take off the paper bag. She could only endure the discomfort and said, I want to ask the master to make a fertility potion. Fertility potion? Ms. Maid opened her mouth, slightly in surprise. Then she turned her head to look at Maria and said calmly, Logically speaking, you should still have the ability to reproduce. Besides, even if you have some hidden illness, according to the current development of secret medicine, isn't the fertility potion a very common thing? Why did you specially ask me to make it? Because I need the fertility potion to be able to work on the giant dragon. Maria's voice sounded a bit low, probably because of the paper bag. Master Pansy should know this, right? Giant dragons had a very strong resistance to magic. They were basically immune to secret potions of 4 stars and below, while secret potions of 5 stars would also have most of their effects nullified. Only secret potions of 6 stars and above could, in theory, have an effect on giant dragons. In fact, the fertility potion of the secret medicine has never exceeded 4 star. I wonder if Master Pansy can make a perfect 6-star fertility potion. You didn't say anything, as if she was thinking about something. Boss Luo rested his chin on his hand and watched the changes in Miss Maid's expression without saying anything. As time passed, Maria was so nervous that she was about to lose all hope. Clearly, she also felt that even the Heptalus couldn't make a perfect 6-star fertility potion. After all, even the 2 masters in the secret art tower who were on the same level as the Heptalus said that 5-star was the limit of the fertility potion, and it was impossible to improve it. She only came to her to give it a try. Finally, Miss Maid said, "As far as I know, there aren't many giant dragons in this world. The fertility potion you want me to make is for that person." "Does it matter?" Maria froze for a second. Yi said calmly, "There are differences among the giant dragon's physiques. If you don't know which type it is, you can't make the most accurate comparison. Or you just need a bottle of perfect 6-star fertility potion, and you don't care if it works or not. It doesn't matter. The price, relatively speaking, the requirement may be simpler." Maria said, subconsciously, "Prescribing the right medicine? I understand. What? Can you really make it?" "Which giant dragon is it?" Miss Maid asked directly. Maria took a deep breath. She gave up taking a deep breath and said quickly, "Fafnir." Luaccio asked curiously, "Fafnir?" "There really is one. However, this legendary giant dragon seems to have been killed in the myths, right?" Maria looked at Luoccio. She felt as if she had been healed. Then she explained, "Little brother, the dragon you mentioned was indeed slaughtered, Achu. The present one is actually its descendant and the only adult golden dragon left in the world. But for some reason, it lost the ability to reproduce. Now, the magic creature department is racking their brains on this matter, but they can't do anything about it. Fafnir's fertility problem has become a century-old problem in the magic world. If Fafnir can't reproduce, then it is very likely that the golden dragon species will be completely extinct from the world." So, Boss Luo blinked. It turns out that these legendary creatures also have various problems. Is it strange? Maria said naturally, because of the unadaptability to environmental changes, not to mention the magic creatures. Even ordinary creatures are directly extinct every year. According to the statistics of the magic world, 2 to 3 kinds of creatures will disappear every year. Little brother, Achu, don't you watch the news? Luaccio thought for a while and said, "I haven't watched it for a while." He remembered that when he was in South America, the vampire prince once gave him a creature similar to a postman, but it had been shelved for a while. But he still quite agreed with the dynamic newspaper established by the Magician Association. "Miss Maria, it seems that the Magician Association should offer a large reward for solving this problem." Miss Maid suddenly narrowed her eyes. Maria said at this time, "Master shouldn't be interested in these bounties. After all, if you were, you would have taken action earlier. Compared to these bounties, what I know is that you seem to prefer the client to complete your request. So, what is your request?" Miss Maid said, "So, your request is to solve Fafnir's fertility problem, not the fertility potion. After all, from your description, we can't determine the specific reason for Fafnir's fertility problem. Isn't it over if it can give birth? Who cares what kind of hidden disease it is?" Maria said, subconsciously, "However, She suddenly remembered that the legendary witch seemed to be a perfectionist, so she hurriedly changed her words. Of course. If it can completely solve Fafner's fertility problem, of course, it will be the best. Then you go and prepare Miss Mask. Miss Maid nodded directly. You should have the coordinates here, right? This time, she even omitted the name. This is too much. Maria. She sighed, nodded, then stood up and said, Then I'll go and prepare now. Please wait here for a while. Watching Maria walk into the room, further inside the magic house, Luocio asked curiously, When did you buy the bread? Before going abroad. Miss Maid smiled and said, Master, have you forgotten? Didn't we go to a bakery together the day before? Really, Luocio smiled and immediately asked curiously, The coordinates you mentioned just now? Miss Maid said, It's a common non-human realm in Europe and even the entire Western world. Or should I say it's a space for activities. The specific structure is a world fragment. If you're in it, you don't have to worry about using non-human power. Luocio was even more curious. If that's the case, why don't non-human people choose to live in it all the time? It shouldn't be much different from the real world, right? It's not the same. Miss Maid explained, A lot of energy is needed to maintain this realm, and the Magician Association is the organization that manages this realm. So every non-human who stays in the realm needs to pay a certain amount of secret crystals according to the length of time to maintain the daily consumption of this realm. But if you live in the real world, as long as you don't expose yourself, there won't be any problems in this regard. Therefore, for the lower and middle-class non-humans, it's more economical to stay in the real world. Of course, there are naturally more rules to abide by in the real world. While speaking, Maria had walked out again and said, Sorry for the long wait. The coordinates are ready. Please come with me. But can I ask you two for a favor? Please go ahead, Luocio said casually. Maria said seriously, You also know that the relationship between Britain and Europe is not very harmonious. Last year, the Magician Association closed all the official coordinates in Britain, which is a kind of sanction. So, we won't tell anyone, Miss Maria. Don't worry. Luocio nodded. Then come with me. Maria turned around and walked to a fireplace. Then she took out a bag and sprinkled a pile of green powder into the fireplace. The fire instantly burned and then rolled into a twisting whirlpool. At this moment, half of Maria's body had already walked into the whirlpool. Then she waved at Luocio and Yui. Because this is an illegal coordinates, the landing place may be a little remote. You'd better be mentally prepared. Could this be the legendary pheasant car? In a certain seaside city in the Aegean Sea. Pure white houses lined up neatly and strangely at the edge of the coast. The city scenery, which was completely different from that of China, made a certain girl constantly exclaim, Wow! And amazing! Sister Long, look. And so on. An elementary school autumn outing. This is, looking at the excited butterfly demon, the Shinryu of Kelowna shook his head. Don't go too far. Be careful not to get lost. I won't look for you. I know. Long Shirua smiled helplessly. Then she walked into an alley and entered a shop that sold fishing tools. Seeing that there were no other customers in the shop, the Shinryu of Kelowna directly said to the staff at the counter, 2 tickets to the inhuman territory, thank you. What's the exchange rate of demonic energy crystals to secret crystals? 0.89 1 ma. Give me 5,000 units of demonic energy crystals. Long Shirua thought for a while and then said casually, Also, give me a newspaper, and I want to rent a messenger. Okay, this is your newspaper. I'll prepare the secret crystals for you right away. Please wait a moment. The Shinryu of Kelowna sat down and began to read the newspaper. After switching between Chinese and simplified Chinese on the upper right corner of the newspaper, he lit a cigarette and began to read. What the hell? The Knights of the Round Table fought against the orcs? The Queen of Britain is the big winner? The Shinryu of Kelowna shook his head. Nonsense. The Shinryu of Kelowna, who was smoking, simply flipped through the newspaper casually. Then his eyes stopped on a small column on a page. The title was Biling. Today, Miluo-chan will teach you how to capture the person you like and explain the love fortune of the 12 constellations this week. The Shinryu of Kelowna sneered. Childish. Sister Long, are you done? The butterfly demon came back. Luo dance. How many times have I told you? Don't suck your fingers while walking. Hurry up and put away your honey pot. Do you want to be a fat butterfly that can't fly and wait for someone to roast you until you're fried? Huh. Hashtag PS. 16/30ths. Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1325. The train shuttled through the darkness, the lights flashing by the tracks like flickering lights. The roar of the train was deafening in the tunnel for a long time. After a long time, the spirit which removed her hands from her ears and frowned. She had been in this dark place for most of the day, perhaps even longer. Her patience had even worn out. But Farrell still had not woken up from a certain state. He had been hiding in this place for a long time, ever since Farrell had suddenly left last night. If she had not seen with her own eyes how Farrell broke out of the island prison and beat up 3 knights of the Round Table in an invincible manner, as well as how powerful he was in the first half of the Royal Hall, she would have found it hard to believe that the man in front of her was the legendary man she had released from prison. At this moment, Farrell curled up his body and kept muttering something. Sometimes he panicked, sometimes he trembled. His nerves were so sensitive that they were on the verge of breaking down. This can't go on. The spirit, which became more and more distressed. She still needed to rely on this man to help her find the Keisha record. Obviously, she did not want to wait for Farrell to calm down. Finally, the witch gritted her teeth and approached Farrell. She held his cheeks with both hands and pressed her forehead against his. She tried to use her power to wake Farrell up, as long as she could find the source of any mental disorder, the spirit which had the ability to set things right. What are you afraid of? The whisper sounded like a spell, but also like an ancient language that gently sounded in Farrell's ears. Perhaps you need someone to talk to. Open up your mind for a while, Farrell. Just as her consciousness began to move stealthily and was about to touch the depths of the man's heart, the witch suddenly fell to the ground in pain. Her consciousness seemed to have been burned by endless flames. The pain that came from the depths of her soul made her instantly pale, and sweat dripped down her back. But at this moment, Farrell stopped his abnormal behavior. It seemed like he had woken up or he had calmed down. Don't try to pry into my heart. Farrell looked at Miss Julianne and said expressionlessly, If there is one more time, I will personally send you off from this world. Is this how you treat people who have helped you? Miss, which could not help but feel angry. Fortunately, she was the one who had calmed him down. I didn't ask you to do that. Farrell stood up again and began to tidy up his somewhat messy clothes as he left. Old man, where are you going this time? The witch couldn't be bothered to argue with the old man and quickly got up. They're back. I can't stay idle anymore. Farrell didn't even turn his head. I have to make preparations in advance. I hope I can still make it in time. Miss, which couldn't help but be startled. She vaguely remembered that Farlier had said something similar before. They, who are you referring to? It's a calamity. Farlier said in a low voice, It's a group of people who play with everyone in the palm of their hand. If we don't resist, we will only become their food. I really don't know if you're awake now, or if you've just turned from a lunatic to a psychopath. Go as far as you can. It's best if you can stay away from the West. You promised to help me find the Acacia record. If I don't die this time, I will fulfill my promise to you. Old man, why don't you die? Miss Witch angrily said, You ungrateful bastard who bullies women. Her voice echoed in the train tunnel, but Miss Witch couldn't see Feral anymore. She immediately stomped her feet and said resentfully, "Don't think of going back on your words. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will find you, old man. I mean it." The next train flew past again. Miss Agile was kneeling on the chair and pressing her hands on the glass of the train. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at everything outside. On this special train to the inhuman domain, there were only 3 such magic trains in the whole Eurasian continent. They would travel on a fixed route every day, connecting the platforms of different countries. Each train would only run once a day. In this carriage, there were no other passengers except Long Shirua and Luo Dance. Of course, there were passengers from other platforms. Basically, the platforms of different countries corresponded to the carriages. There were no extra passengers. Long Shirua seemed to be in a good mood, so she didn't care about the little butterfly's behavior at this time, although she was also surprised by the extraordinary civilization of the Western world when she first took this magic train to the inhuman domain. "Sister Long, look, the train is flying in the sky." Okay, don't make a fuss." Long Shirua pulled the little butterfly's ear at this time. "When we get out of the station, don't make a fuss on the road. Try not to attract attention, okay? Also, don't talk without my permission." "Why?" The little butterfly blinked her eyes. She understood the principle of doing more and talking less, but she didn't understand the principle of not talking. "You don't speak the language of the Western countries," Long Shirua said patiently. "Once you speak, you'll expose that you're from Kelowna. The guys in the inhuman domain are not very friendly to the visitors from Kelowna." "Why?" Long Shirua said expressionlessly. "In short, don't talk if you don't speak the language of the Western countries." "But Sister Long, can you speak it?" "Of course I can." Long Shirua paused and then said disdainfully, "I can communicate with them directly with my mind. Why do I have so much trouble?" At this time, the conductor on the train pushed a cart into this section of the carriage. It was probably no different from the train in the modern world. There were all kinds of food and drinks on the cart. Of course, the food was probably the specialty of the inhuman domain. When Long Shirua was about to reject the stewardess with the so-called mind communication, the little butterfly next to her had already communicated with the stewardess in fluent Western world language and successfully ordered a few things. The true dragon of the divine land with a small chin stared blankly at the stewardess, leaving with a smile before swallowing his saliva. "You can speak their language?" "Yes." Luo Pianran nodded and said casually, "I've thought about it for 7:05. "What? How dare you say it's only 7:05? Long Shirua shook her head and didn't care too much. She said, casually, "Okay, you can speak after you get out of the station. But still, talk more and watch more. The inhuman domain is more dangerous." Luo Pianran was stunned. She knew that Long Shirua was the most powerful person besides the boss, but she seemed to feel that her sister was a bit serious. "Sister Long, is there someone more powerful than you here?" she asked inconceivably. Long Shirua shook her head. "You can't say that. I can only say that in the inhuman domain, the upper limit of my power doesn't change, but I will die." The little butterfly monster's expression gradually became sluggish. In the next second, she directly threw away the food in her hand and tightly covered her mouth. "What are you doing?" Long Shirua asked curiously. Luo Pianran just covered her mouth and shook her head. Kelowna Shinryu frowned. "What the hell are you doing?" "We haven't gotten out of the station yet." "I won't speak. If you get into danger, Sister Long will die. I don't want Sister Long to die." After saying this sentence quickly and firmly, the little butterfly covered her mouth instantly with a pitiful look. Long Shirua laughed, then shook her head and flicked the child's forehead. "Little fool! I said I would die, assuming that there is an existence similar to me here, and it intends to die together with me." "Really? When did I lie to you?" Long Shirua rubbed her head and explained, "In the inhuman domain, I can't get the power from the Kelowna Dragon Land. But in the inhuman domain, there is something called magic element, and the amount of aura is very weak. Magic element is not very suitable for us to absorb, but it can be refined, but the efficiency is too low. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. That is to say, Sister Long doesn't have the power source of the Kelowna Dragonland here, right? Power source. The dragon vein of the Kelowna Dragonland would cry. Probably. Long Shirua rolled her eyes. Anyway, that's the case. But if we keep a low profile, there will be no problem. Besides, I'm here to return a favor, not to trample on others' territory. But you haven't told me why people in the inhuman domain are not friendly to the visitors from Kelowna Dragonland. Well, there are various reasons. I can't tell you all at once. Long Shirua said perfunctorily, I'll tell you when I have the chance. Why do you have so many questions? Luo Dance giggled, as long as Sister Long is fine. In this way, I can continue to stay with Sister Long. And if Boss is also here, that's the best. Oh, and Sister Zijuan, we are like a family, living together all the time. A family. Long Shirua was stunned. A small drama in Shinryu, Kelowna's mind, suddenly began to play. The plot went like this. Boss smiling. Shirua, you're back. The meal will be ready soon. Do you want to eat or take a bath first? Or, well, take a bath first. Luo Dance. Sister Long, I went to the supermarket with the boss today and bought your favorite brand of beer. Well, good girl. Boss, come on, open your mouth and have a taste. You must be tired after a day's work. Well, not bad. Give me a massage, I'm a bit tired. Pa! Shinryu, Kelowna suddenly patted her cheeks with both hands. Damn, what's going on? What on earth am I thinking? Sister Long, what's wrong with you? The little butterfly monster looked at her with surprise. Kill mosquitoes. Mosquitoes? The magic train suddenly jolted. The true dragon of the divine land hurriedly stood up as if he had been saved. He pulled Luo Dance's hand and dragged her into the air. Then he rushed out of the magic train and left the platform like a gust of wind. It was indeed a world fragment. After passing through the flames in the fireplace of Maria's magic house, Luocho had the same feeling as when he entered the world of Yen Wuyue. The difference was that in the inhuman domain there did not seem to be a god's function similar to Yen Wuyue, nor was there a so-called divine right. Instead, there was another strange operating system that managed the entire inhuman domain. Wow! Maria's exclamation came directly to his ears. It turned out that after passing through the flames, the place directly reached was not the ground, but the sky. Seeing her body directly hit the ground at a very fast speed, the witch who ran the magic house hurriedly took out her magic wand and pointed it directly to the ground. In a flash, a sapling grew out of the ground at a very fast speed. The leaves of the sapling instantly became bigger and finally caught her at the moment when she hit the ground. But because of the rebound, Miss Witch finally fell to the ground. She hurriedly stood up, but at this moment, Boss Luo had landed steadily and caught the falling miss made with both hands. 10 points. She wanted to say so, but then she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, because Master Pansy said indifferently, Miss Maria, is this the relatively remote place you said? This. Maria forced a smile. After all, it's an illegal coordinate. It's good enough to enter. And I really don't know why it suddenly became a high altitude this time. I clearly appeared on the ground last time. I really didn't lie. Boss Luo put Yi down at this moment, and then looked around. This place seems a bit strange. It's probably terrain alteration. Miss Maid said softly, in the inhuman territory, sometimes the original structure can't be maintained due to the instability of the energy that maintains the territory. Usually it's expressed as a sudden change of terrain, so it's also called terrain alteration. After the manager here repairs it, it should be able to stabilize. It turned out to be terrain alteration. Maria was thoughtful at this time, and then she quickly said, Both of you, let's leave this place quickly, because the coordinate entered from the territory of the 13 families. We need to pass through this territory, and then we can reach the association's autonomous area, which is also the place where Fafnir lives now. If we move quickly, it will take about half a day's journey. The territory of the 13 families? Boss Luo asked curiously. Maria nodded and said casually, "Yes, there's a farm of the 13 families nearby. It's a farm used to raise purebloods in captivity. Those guys are very strict with their food, and they are also very neurotic. If we stay here for a long time and are discovered by them, they will probably think that we are planning to come here to hunt illegally." Farm. Boss Luo said this word carefully. Maria shrugged and said, "Don't you know? The pureblood farms are provided for the aristocrats of the 13 families to enjoy, and the portion allocated to other low-level vampires is very small. So there are also groups that specialize in hunting from the pureblood farms among the Inhumans. They sell to the low-level vampires through the black market. The demand is quite high. Last year, I bought 600 cubic centimeters of pure blood from a pureblood hunter, and it was all snatched in less than an hour. Let's talk while walking. There are often law enforcement teams patrolling nearby. They are all guys that are not to be trifled with." Law enforcement team. Luaccio blinked and looked up. Are they wearing black trench coats with blood-colored bat symbols and black military caps? Yes, haven't you seen them before? Maria was stunned. Yes, I see them now. Boss Luo nodded. Now, Maria opened her mouth, then followed Luaccio's gaze, turned around, raised her head and looked up. Her face instantly collapsed. In midair, there were 10 guys wearing black trench coats and black military caps. They were looking at them with cold eyes. They were lined up in a row. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1326. It's probably an alternative style, Luaccio thought. Basically, in the modern world, except for soldiers, it was rare to see people wearing military uniforms. Of course, if they were OS enthusiasts, there would probably be many similar characters. At this time, under the gaze of the 3 people, the 10 patrol members of the 13 families in the air slowly descended. One of them was holding a long whip with a black snake pattern in his hand. He was slender like a male model, and his 3-dimensional facial features gave people a strict sense of beauty. Ms. Maria's face couldn't be seen because she was still wearing the paper bag mask. She even complained that the paper bag mask was not scientific at all, since it wasn't damaged at all. Finally, the man with the black leather whip came in front of Luaccio and the other 2 people. He looked at them and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why did you break into the pureblood farm of the Torito family?" So far, it could be said that it was a normal patrol team that encountered unknown people, so they went up to ask, "Torito family?" Hearing that, Maria seemed to be a little happier. So this is the territory of the Torito family. That's great. The questioner couldn't help but frown. This woman with a paper bag on her head looked very suspicious. This is the Torito family's territory. We are quite lucky. At this time, Maria whispered to Boss Luo and Mississippi Maid. Among the 13 clans, this clan is one of the few clans that are relatively strict. In addition, the vampires of the Torito family prefer to pursue beautiful things, romantic and affectionate. So, it should be fine after explaining clearly. Leave the negotiation to me. With that, without waiting for Boss Luo and Miss Maid to respond, Maria quickly walked in front of the patrol team. Here's the thing. I'm a free magic merchant from Britain. Britain can't enter the Inhuman territory through the normal coordinates. I believe you have heard about it, right? Maria said pitifully, "We really have no choice but to use the illegal coordinates." The male vampire who seemed to be the captain frowned slightly. Maria hurriedly said, "I'm very sorry for trespassing into your clan's territory. However, I know the rules. I will pay 3 people's worth of fine. We are really not pure-blooded hunters. Here, this is the merchant certification from the Magician Association. You can verify it." The captain of the patrol team ask someone to bring the so-called certificate over. After glancing at it casually, he threw the card on the ground and sneered, "This month, including you, this is the 5th time I've heard such an explanation. Don't you guys have any new excuses?" The 5th time. Maria was stunned for a moment before she said, subconsciously, "Are the pure-blooded hunters so arrogant nowadays? I really don't know. I haven't returned to the inhuman domain for half a year. Pretty good at acting." The patrol captain snorted coldly. "Catch these guys of unknown origin, especially this disgusting woman with a paper bag. Do you think I want to wear this thing?" Maria was angry at first, and then she began to panic. She didn't expect to have a conflict with the 13 clans as soon as she entered the inhuman domain. Looking at the 9 patrol team members who surrounded her, Maria's mind turned quickly, and then she suddenly said, "Wait a minute, I still have something that can prove my identity. Magic merchants are protected by the inhuman domain regulations. You don't want to break the rules and have a conflict with the entire merchant alliance, right? Take out your certificate." The patrol captain pondered for a moment before he raised his hand to stop his subordinates. At this time, Maria slowly reached into her collar and took out something. Her 5 fingers clenched and stretched out, and then she slowly opened her palm under the watchful eyes of the patrol team members. "What is this?" The patrol captain couldn't help but frown again. He really couldn't see what was in Maria's palm. It seemed to be a few seeds. At this time, Maria quickly threw the seeds in her hand forward, and then waved the magic wand in her hand. The moment the seeds were thrown out, they grew crazily, and thorny vines burst out, instantly entangling the 10 patrol team members. It seemed that it was difficult for them to break free from the entanglement of these vines. Maria took advantage of this time to quickly return to Boss Luo and Miss Maid, and hurriedly said, "It seems that something has happened, and I can't explain it clearly. While they are entangled, let's quickly leave. As long as we enter the association's autonomous region, we will be fine. The people of the 13 clans have no law enforcement authority in the autonomous region. Come, follow me." With that, Maria once again took out a pumpkin about the size of a longan from her collar that seemed to be connected to another dimension, and then she ran forward. With a sound of "bo!" the small pumpkin instantly turned into a pumpkin carriage that was as tall as a person. Maria sat on the driver's seat of the pumpkin carriage without saying anything. "What are you waiting for? There is no time to explain. Quickly get on the carriage." This was very dreamy. Boss Luo, who seemed to have walked into a fairy tale world, couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Then he glanced at the 10 patrol team members who were entangled by the vines and smiled at Miss Maid. "I wonder if there will be a Cinderella and a crystal shoe." "If you want a crystal shoe, I will give you a dozen later," Maria said anxiously. "My thorn seeds won't be able to entangle them for long." Luaccio opened the door and helped Miss Maid into the carriage. Then he followed her into the pumpkin carriage. The interior of the carriage was more spacious than it looked from the outside. "Sit tight, Your Highness, Your Highness!" Maria shouted at this time, and then she pulled the reins in her hand, slightly excitedly. This pumpkin carriage was not entangled by the reins of the horses. 2 small whirlwinds appeared, and the carriage rushed out directly. Behind them, a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the patrol team leader of the Tordo clan. Then he shouted in a low voice, exposed his fangs, and finally broke the vines that had tightened to the limit. "Sir Thomas!" But the other 9 patrol team members were obviously much worse. They were being entangled by the thorn seeds and were suffering unspeakably. "Humph!" The patrol team leader, Captain Thomas, snorted coldly at this time. His hand turned into a knife and flashed through the crowd, cutting off all the vines. "Thank you, Captain." The patrol team members hurriedly thanked him. But then one of them said in shock, "Captain, the direction they are escaping in is chase." Captain Thomas's eyes narrowed instantly, and then he ordered coldly. Captain Thomas didn't wait for his subordinates to respond. A pair of red and black bat wings unfolded behind him, and he chased in the direction of the pumpkin carriage. Boom! 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 Maria's hands were trembling slightly. Around the pumpkin carriage, the patrols that were relentlessly chasing after them were now attacking crazily. Maria felt like dying at this moment. The only thing she could be thankful for was that she had been wearing a paper bag from the beginning to the end. At the very least, she didn't expose her original appearance in front of Toridu as patrol team. In this case, it seems that I have to thank Master Pansy properly. Maria subconsciously turned her head to look inside the carriage. In fact, it would be better if she didn't look. But once she did, Maria felt like collapsing. The two people in the carriage were drinking tea. She didn't see wrongly. Master Pansy was holding a teapot, and Boss Luo was drinking tea while looking at the scenery outside. Occasionally, he would say a few words. I'm in a life-or-death situation, and these two are still in the mood to drink tea and chat. So infuriating. Then, when Boss Luo looked at Ms. Witch and smiled, Ms. Witch instantly felt healed, sure enough. Young magicians with healing abilities are the best. Ms. Witch, who had been single for decades, was immersed in this smile, and her brain didn't think about why Master Pansy seemed to be doing something like a maid at this moment. Maria had mask. What? In front. Maria subconsciously turned her head, and at the end of the pumpkin carriage was a cliff. Obviously, it was too late to pull back the reins. Thus, the pumpkin carriage directly rushed out of the cliff. Then, under the effect of gravity, it turned into a long parabola and crashed into a huge castle below the cliff. It was surrounded by cliffs on all sides, and the bottom was bottomless, but the majestic castle was still built. Every time Zhong Luiwe saw the steep and magnificent castle, she would have a feeling of disbelief, even though she was already an inhuman. You've been here for a few days. Are you still not used to it? Elizabeth slowly walked to Zhong Luiwe and said softly, Do you miss your family? Zhong Luiwe glanced at the darkness below and shook her head slightly. I just feel a bit unreal. Maybe it's the feeling of uneasiness before the first transformation. It's okay. Elizabeth held her hand and said, Basically, the failure rate of a vampire's first metamorphosis is almost zero, but all of the clansmen will feel nervous. Zhong Luiwe smiled and did not say much. In fact, it was not the first time that he felt so nervous when he was about to undergo a metamorphosis. Being in this place, he felt a chill all the time. This was the inhuman domain. Elizabeth shook her head. It's a pity that I didn't know that the Magician Association had closed all the coordinates in Britain. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be in such a hurry and choose to enter from the Torito territory. But don't worry, the Torito clan is a clan that is easy to get along with. They have already agreed to let you use the secret room here to complete your first transformation, so you can rest assured. Oh, did they agree? Zhong Luoyue had a hint of joy on his face. The first transformation of a vampire was divided into several different types, and according to the quality of the first transformation, the potential of the vampire would be affected. It was said that the best way was to use the Holy Room of the 13 clans for transformation, followed by the Secret Room, followed by the ordinary blood pool. There was also a type that couldn't use the above 3. It could only be done with simple preparation. Basically, for a wild vampire like Zhong Luiwe who knew nothing and whose elders were dead, he could only use the Secret Room that was equipped with high specifications. Obviously, it was because he was hugging Elizabeth. Hearing that this matter had been settled, Zhong Luiwe had a feeling that the previous investment had begun to pay off. But you must have paid a lot, Elizabeth. Zhong Luiwe sighed at this time. Is it worth it for me? Elizabeth smiled and said, Now your identity has been registered under my name. As your elder, if I don't prepare for your transformation, I will be ridiculed. You don't have to worry about the cost. Did you forget that at that time I became rich because of Brother Luochio? Zhong Luoyue subconsciously fell into memory. Although it was only a matter of a few months, it felt very long. She didn't know if she could see that person again. Perhaps only Elizabeth would think that they would definitely meet again. But anyway, she had become an inhuman because of that time in Tushni's manor. She didn't know if the Song family, since Luochio came from the Song family, had the Song family also stepped into the inhuman level? Ah. The screams suddenly startled the guests who were in the castle in the territory of the Torito clan. When they looked in the direction of the sound, they saw something falling directly from the top of the balcony. Then a huge leaf grew crazily on the floor of the balcony, remembering the falling object. It was a suspicious woman wearing a paper bag head mask. Just as he was shocked, he saw two more figures slowly descend from above, as if there was a pair of invisible wings behind them. Holding hands, they finally landed successfully like a dragonfly touching the water. 10 points. This was the instinctive reaction of Maria, who had bounced off the leaf and rolled to the wall of the room. Her body was upside down, her legs were spread, and her skirt was flipped open, revealing her black breasts. "It's you!" Zhong Luoyue instantly opened her eyes wide, and the world was spinning. Elizabeth opened her mouth, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She put her hands together in front of her chest and muttered to herself, "Am I dreaming?" "Long time no see, both of you." Luochio didn't put down the servant girl's hand, and just smiled and greeted them casually. Let fate decide. Chapter 13:27. The huge floating castle that looked like a fortress started to become noisy. "Hurry up. Go over there and have a look. You guys check this way. You must find them. They are very likely to have infiltrated the castle, layer by layer." Finally, two vampires in patrol uniforms knocked on the door of the room where Elizabeth and Zhong Luoyue were staying. In order to let Zhong Luoyue use the secret room of the Toreador clan, Elizabeth had paid a large sum of money to the Toreador clan. Correspondingly, the reception she received in this castle was also quite high. "Sorry to disturb you, Miss Elizabeth." The patrol member was quite polite. "What happened?" Elizabeth asked curiously. "I see that everyone is getting nervous. There are a few trespassers, and it is very likely that they have infiltrated the castle." The patrol member quickly said, "Miss Elizabeth, we want to search your room. I hope you can cooperate." While speaking, the patrol member did not forget to observe Elizabeth and Zhong Luoyue's expressions. However, he did not see anything unusual from their expressions. Elizabeth said generously, "I will cooperate with you. Patrol guards, please come in." She stepped aside. The two patrolling guards looked at each other and nodded. Then, "Sorry for being rude." Zhong Luoyue did not speak. As a newborn vampire who had not completed her first transformation, her status in the vampire world was even lower than that of a commoner. Of course, because of Elizabeth, it was more special. However, the third daughter of the Zhong family had been immersed in politics and business since she was young. Naturally, she knew that it was best to keep silent at this time. The two patrol guards were quite polite and well-behaved when searching the room. After a while, they did not find anything. After leaving a few words, they quickly left the room. When the two patrol guards disappeared from sight, Zhong Luoyue expressionlessly closed the door of the room. Elizabeth was relieved. She pressed her hands on her slightly bulging chest and stuck out her tongue. "You scared me, you. All right." Unexpectedly, Zhong Luoyue walked directly to Elizabeth and covered her mouth. She shook her head slightly and gestured for her to keep quiet. Elizabeth was stunned. Zhong Luoyue raised her voice slightly. "I wonder where the guy who broke in came from." Elizabeth understood what she meant at this time, so she quickly said, "It should be poachers. I heard that there have been more poachers recently. I hope it's not something troublesome. I'm most afraid that it will affect the time to use the secret room." Zhong Luoyue said, "The patrolling guards of the Torito clan are all powerful warriors. There should be no problem By the way, we haven't eaten anything today. They began to talk about things that were not important. Outside the door, a figure slowly came down from the wall. Then, without looking, it quickly disappeared from the corridor. Elizabeth put down the utensils in her hand and closed her eyes to feel for a while. Then she nodded and said, "Okay, I'm really leaving this time." Originally, it was easy for her to detect whether someone was eavesdropping outside with her telepathic perception. This telepathic perception was developed after she drank Luacio's blood in the manner of Tushini, the god of gamblers in South America. It was very mysterious, and Elizabeth had not fully figured out its specific function until now. However, this kind of telepathic perception was very powerful and had a high degree of secrecy. When she entered the castle of the Torito clan, she tried to use this ability to investigate the situation inside the castle. She found that even the Grand Duke of the Torito clan, who lived here, didn't seem to notice her prying. However, Elizabeth did not have the habit of spying on everything all the time. She also did not expect that the guards would quietly return after leaving. How did you know they came back quietly?" Elizabeth could not help but blink curiously at this time. Zhong Luoyue said indifferently, "I don't know, it's just a guess. You can never go wrong if you are careful. Okay, you can let them out now." "Yes, Brother Luocio." Elizabeth lifted her skirt and hurriedly ran into the bedroom. Then she opened the wardrobe. "You can come out now, it's okay." At this time, a zipper suddenly appeared inside the wardrobe. Then a palm stretched out and pulled down the zipper all the way. After that, Maria's leg stepped out of the wardrobe. Then Boss Luo came out. After Boss Luo came out, he turned around and stretched out his hand to lead Miss Maid out. Or they just walked out of the wardrobe like this. After that, Maria pulled down the zipper from the inside of the wardrobe and began to stuff it into her collar. The collection of collars seemed to be comparable to Boss Luo's backpack. It seems that the dimensional zipper that I spent a lot of money to buy is really prescient. Maria sighed at this time and felt lucky to have escaped a disaster at this time. Well, I didn't expect the space inside to be so spacious. It doesn't seem crowded, even with 3 people. Luocio smiled and said, "Miss Maria's props are very convenient." From the seed to the pumpkin carriage to the magical zipper, Boss Luo had seen a lot of magicians' props today. Compared to the more straightforward power model of the extraordinaries in Kelowna, it seemed that the non-humans in the Western world were more sophisticated in the use of their abilities. However, it was also possible that he had not seen similar things in Kelowna yet, but it did not mean that there was no such thing. He was not a person who easily made a judgment and liked to compare. It was not difficult to admit that something was interesting or practical in fact. "Thank you, Miss Y. Lisabeth." Luocio looked at Y. Lisabeth and said. Y. Lisabeth hurriedly waved her hand and said, "It's okay, as long as I can help Brother Luocio, I will be very happy." "That Brother Luocio this is?" Her small eyes looked at the 2 hands that were still holding each other from time to time. "Girlfriend," Luocio said very casually. When Maria heard this, she had an expression that said, "I knew it would be like this." Nobody saw it. Y. Lisabeth softly said, "Ah," and seemed a little depressed after that. On the other hand, Zhong Luoyue, who was leaning against the door at this time, was now expressionless at this time. She began to think about the final direction of this matter at this time. "Speaking of which, how did you come to the inhuman domain at this time?" Luocio looked around and then broke the silence at this time. "Why, Lisabeth suddenly at this time, she began to briefly explain what happened after Luocio last time. "It turns out that you came for Miss Jones' first transformation." Luocio nodded. "Why," Lisabeth hurriedly said at this time, "Yes, if Brother Luocio didn't scare the supervisor last time, I may not be able to take out so many resources for you to use the secret room. To transform, maybe I can only use the ordinary blood pool at this time." This vampire's original situation was not very good. She was a mixed-blood human, and her grandfather was even a former knight of the Round Table. Otherwise, she would not need to sleep for such a long time to reduce the need for food. Luocio just smiled at this. Speaking of which, last time he casually used the name of Arax because of a bad taste, he did not expect that it would change Lisbeth's situation a lot. Everyone, it seems that now is not the time to reminisce. Don't you want to discuss the next thing? Jean Louis suddenly knocked on the door lightly when Lisbeth mentioned the kindness brought by Luocio. At this time, Maria felt that she had found a bosom friend. If she was not afraid of offending Master Pansy and then making some strange requests, she would actually be the one who wanted to mention this question the most. She was not as carefree as this man and woman, who did not have any sense of nervousness at all. This was the inside of the castle of the Torito clan, not to mention the sleeping Grand Duke of Torito. There were probably many vampires above the level of Earl. It was simply a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. There was still room to maneuver if they trespassed into other people's territory, but now they were in their castle. That's right. Luocio nodded. We also agreed to Miss Maria's request, so it's not good to stay here all the time. You still want to stay here all the time? Jean Louis' heart skipped a beat. She just nodded calmly and then said, In that case, let's consider the way out. But this castle is surrounded by cliffs. No matter where you leave, I'm afraid that you will be discovered by the guards in the castle's watchtower. It's not easy to leave. Luocio said, Miss Jean, do you have any good ideas? Jean Louis said, I don't know if you have the ability to hide. If you do, maybe things will be much simpler. Maria said directly, Let's hear it. Strangely, except for Boss Luo and Miss Maid, neither of them asked about each other's background. They just discussed how to leave this place. Jean Louis only wanted her transformation to be completed smoothly and didn't want any side issues, but the trouble had come, so she had to think about how to end it. Originally, in her point of view, the best choice was not to help, but she couldn't change Elizabeth's mind, so she could only acquiesce in this help and think about how to deal with the aftermath and how to maximize the benefits for both sides. As for Maria, it was much simpler. Leave here as soon as possible. Every day, some people will be sent to the castle from the farms outside. These people will be supplied to the vampires in the castle. Jean Louis paused. I won't say more about the pureblood farms. Anyway, it seems that you have more experience as inhuman. Let's talk about leaving directly. Jean Louis looked around. I've observed these days. Basically, there will be 2 batches of humans sent in every day, and the time is fixed. And these humans, after having their blood sucked, will be sent back to the farms to cultivate and produce blood, waiting for the next extraction. So do you understand? You mean we should mix in with these humans and wait to be sent out of this place? Maria muttered. Jean Louis nodded. That's right. This method is very simple, but it's obviously the safest method at the moment. The number of people transported each time is fixed, but all you have to do is knock out 3 humans and replace them. According to my observation, because this pattern is fixed for a long time, the guards of the food delivery will be very lax compared to the guards of the patrol team. Don't forget. Maria frowned at this time. Now the castle is full of guards of the patrol team. Usually the guys who deliver the food delivery may be lax, but not this time. At least before they find us, I don't think the guards of the patrol team will be lax in any place. Especially your method. I think it's more obvious. They will definitely think that if we want to leave, we will probably use this method. Perhaps they're already guarding the road now. Jean Louis said, because this method is too obvious, the guards of the patrol team will think that you won't use this method. Haven't you heard of such a story? A thief is going to sneak into a rich man's house to steal his jewelry. After knowing this, the rich man installed traps everywhere in the house and arranged layers of traps everywhere the thief could sneak in. But in the end, the thief walked in from the front door openly and easily took away the jewelry? You're gambling. Maria still shook her head. You think they are so, but if they are not, we are digging our own graves. Otherwise, how do you plan to leave? Jean Louiset asked expressionlessly. Maria indicated that she did not know. She paced back and forth in the room irritably, arguing with Jean Louiset about whether the guards of the patrol team would think that they would sneak into the food and leave. They actually began to argue and argue endlessly, trying to convince the other party. On the side, Boss Luo and Miss Maid, who were obviously not interested in this, had come to the terrace with Elizabeth and began to look around the castle. That transportation route is used to transport food, Luo Yunyang said. Elizabeth's clear voice began to sound, because as food, humans are not allowed to have power, so they can only transport through this cable. As she spoke, the cable had begun to move slowly. A huge basket was hanging on it, and many so-called crops could be seen vaguely in the basket. These people, have they always lived here? Luocio suddenly asked at this time. I mean the farm. Elizabeth nodded and said, yes, their ancestors have lived here for at least 1,000 years, right? The 13 ancient clans believe that the blood of ancient people is much purer than that of today, so they have been carefully managing the farm for so many years. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1328. While they were talking, the huge hanging basket had successfully arrived at the castle of the Torito clan through the cable. It was already on the other side of the balcony where Luocio was. If they only looked at it, they wouldn't be able to see what happened next. But seeing Brother Luocio staring at the huge hanging basket, Elizabeth hesitated and asked, Brother Luocio, you don't think it's good? Hearing this, Miss Maid looked at Elizabeth with interest, but didn't say anything. This vampire girl had the same name as her student. Maybe it was just a coincidence. This vampire girl didn't look like her student 60 years ago in terms of appearance or race. But in this short period of time, because of Elizabeth, Yi couldn't help but recall the young queen, the princess of that year. Why do you ask? Luocio asked casually. Why do you think I don't think it's good? Elizabeth's fingers seemed to be a little bit tighter. She didn't dare to look at Luocio's eyes and whispered, because we're keeping humans in captivity. Won't they feel disgusted? Luocio smiled and said, I'm talking about the humans living in the farm. They don't feel disgusted, so as a bystander, I don't have any reason to feel disgusted either. But for the human race, if they see with their own eyes one of their own being raised as food by another race, wouldn't they instinctively feel disgusted? Elizabeth raised her head and said, Grandpa always says that humans are very exclusive creatures. Although keeping ancient humans in captivity is the most common thing in the 13 ancient clans, I know that many people in the inhuman domain don't like the way the 13 ancient clans do it. And from time to time, some Inhumans would attack the farm under the slogan of liberating the farm. So the 13 ancient clans set up patrol teams. In the beginning, they were just managing the farm, not patrolling all the time. That's true. Luocio nodded. I don't deny your words because this is a universal value that exists among humans. I don't feel disgusted, but I can't represent the views of others. So, Brother Luocio, you really don't hate vampires drinking human blood? Elizabeth asked nervously. Luocio suddenly said, Perhaps compared to vampires drinking human blood, what I have done, and what I will continue to do in the future, is more evil in your eyes. However, the vampire girl had never seen Luocio do anything as evil as the vampires sucking human blood. She even took Luocio's words as his way of comforting himself. Big Brother Luocio is really too gentle. Elizabeth could not help but secretly size him up again. What he couldn't forget. For vampires, the first person they sucked, he still couldn't forget the taste and feeling of that moment. Your canine teeth are showing. Luocio smiled at this time. Are you hungry? Elizabeth hurriedly covered her mouth with a trace of panic and embarrassment. No, it's not like that. You didn't see it. You didn't see it. The vampire girl suddenly lowered her head and ran back to the room. Very interesting ability. Miss Maid suddenly said at this time. Is it because she has sucked Master's blood before? Luaccio shook his head. It shouldn't be. When I let her suck my blood, I was in the identity of a human. Just in the state of an ordinary person, there was nothing special. But the birth of such an ability is probably because she is a mixed blood, right? As her mother sighed, the blood of the Knights of the Round Table also flows in her body. Miss Maid just smiled and said casually, It seems that she likes you, Master. What else could Luaccio say? He had already directly introduced the girlfriend at the beginning. In his opinion, this was already a very clear explanation, and there was no clearer explanation than this. But Boss Luo also felt that Miss Maid occasionally showed a little girlish attitude, which was very good. Well, I suddenly want to go to the farm here to have a look. So, Boss Luo changed the topic and said half seriously, Farm? Miss Maid was surprised. Luaccio nodded and said, Just now on the so-called food on the hanging basket I saw something called happiness. So, don't you feel curious about the way these farms raise them? Miss Maid had no objection. She would follow her master wherever he wanted to go, help him do whatever he wanted to do, and even do it in advance. All her ideas were basically based on the premise of the above 2 points. No matter when Luaccio first took over the club, or now, there was no change. Perhaps she needed to be more careful now. Then let's go and have a look. Yi smiled obediently. So Luaccio took a step back. The moment he took a step back, he split into two. Mississippi Maid also took a step back and split into two at the same time. The argument between Zhong Luoyue and Maria seemed to have stopped when Luaccio and Yi returned to the room. Although the argument stopped, the two stared at each other. Obviously, this stop was not illegal because one side had one. It was just a kind of silence. At this time, Lisabeth removed a chair in the room and started a fire in the fireplace to boil water. As the headquarter castle of the Torito clan, there was nothing here that could be used to greet humans except for blood products. She didn't want to be too rude, but there was no other way, so the vampire girl could only think of such a way to boil water on the spot. Of course, there was still water. Even vampires needed to clean their bodies. The bathroom in the room could provide clean water. Definitely not bath water. Boss Luo and Miss Maid sat down slowly at this time. Miss Maria swallowed her saliva and began to frown again. I tell you, they will definitely think that we will mix into the food. A new round of arguments started again. Whoosh! Whoosh! The vampire girl stood at the side and blew with all her might to make the fire burn more vigorously. The part of the castle exposed from the mountain was already very magnificent, but the part deep in the mountain was even bigger. This was the old nest of the Torito clan that had been built for many years, so it wasn't as simple as it looked, especially the part deep in the mountain. Not only was there a strong enchantment set up around the castle, but there were also elite vampires in many places. After all, the deeper the castle was in the mountain, the nobler the vampires living there were. The Grand Duke of the Torito clan slept in the deepest part of the mountain. Basically, the Grand Duke of the Torito clan wouldn't wake up easily unless there was an important event or a special day. On one hand, for the Grand Duke who had a long life, waking up was too boring. On the other hand, sleeping was a good way for vampires to increase their power. When humans grew old, their body functions would gradually deteriorate, but vampires were different. The older they were, the more powerful they would be, and they never knew what aging was. A group of upper-class nobles of the Torito clan were sitting in a huge ring-shaped room deep in the castle. This place was built like the theater of an opera house. On the second floor of the stands, each stand was covered by a gray veil, and only vague figures could be seen. On the stage below, there were several attendants who served the upper-class nobles. The attendants lowered their heads and waited for the orders from the upper-class nobles on the second floor. However, the upper-class nobles didn't ask the attendants to bring out the crops as usual. Instead, they began to chat. I heard that a few guys broke into the castle today. Are they poachers? Didn't it happen several times this month? Speaking of which, after you caught the poachers last time, you gave them special treatment. Don't you think it's not nice? Don't talk about it. I thought that woman was quite clean, but I didn't expect that she would almost vomit the first time she took a breath. I don't know how many men she had slept with. She smelled like men, and she even smelled like werewolves. It's so disgusting. Ha ha ha, that's why I said, how can the snacks outside be compared with the food produced by our farm? Didn't your seniors tell you that the snacks on the roadside are seriously unhygienic? Quiet. At this moment, a low male voice suddenly came from a vale in the center. When his voice sounded, the upper-class nobles stopped chatting with each other. They all looked at the vale in the center, and they could see two figures inside. One was sitting, and the other was standing by the side serving. The one who spoke was the male vampire who was standing, Busby. In the world of vampires, he only had the identity of an attendant, but in essence, he wasn't much worse than the upper-class nobles here. In fact, he could even suppress many of the upper-class nobles here. Even though he was just an attendant, he couldn't be looked down upon by the upper-class nobles. Besides, under normal circumstances, Busby could speak on behalf of the Lord. That was the other figure who was sitting behind the veil at this time. As a direct descendant of the Toreador clan, he had the power second only to the Grand Duke in the entire Toreador clan. When the Grand Duke was asleep, he could represent the Grand Duke in the clan. He was worthy of being the prince of the Toreador clan. His name was Bailegan. Bailegan didn't speak at this time. After the upper-class nobles quieted down, Busby walked out from behind the veil. His attire was similar to that of the patrol soldiers, but he was wearing a full set of dark blue military uniforms. At this moment, Busby's hands were folded behind his back as he stood straight. He had pale skin and emerald green eyes. Even though he was wearing a military uniform and gave off a murderous aura, he had an unimaginable beauty. Even in the Toreador clan, which was famous for its beauty, Busby had a godly appearance that could easily enter the top 5. Among the upper-class nobles, many female vampires' eyes became blurred at this time. Before we start eating, I want to announce a few orders from His Highness Bailegan. Busby held a document in his hand, and his low and magnetic voice slowly permeated every inch of the place. First, starting from next month, all the upper-class nobles in the clan will be reduced to 85% of the original supply. The middle-class noble supply will be reduced to 70% of the original supply. The lower-class noble supply will be reduced to 50% of the original supply. The rest of the supply will remain unchanged. What? Reduced by 15%? After all, not all the female upper-class nobles would be obsessed with Busby's beauty. A slightly shrill female vampire's voice sounded very ear-piercing. Busby was expressionless and said indifferently, "Now not only Toreador, but the other 12 clans will also reduce the supply starting from next month. As for the reason, I believe you already know more or less. Is it the sacred blood ceremony?" An upper-class noble's voice sounded, "But even for the sacred blood ceremony, there is no precedent of reducing the supply in the past, right?" Busby said, "Indeed, according to the previous harvest, there is no need to reduce the noble's supply. But for this year's harvest, we can only choose to save. Don't tell me you don't know that all the farms in the 13 clans have experienced different degrees of reduction in production? Infection, has it become so serious?" A low voice exclaimed in surprise. Busby didn't explain further. The clans had a very strict hierarchical structure. Even if there were occasional voices of opposition, they couldn't go against the tradition of power passed down for countless years. This is the decision of the 13 clans' highest council last month. Busby looked around at this moment, therefore it can't be changed. Now I will announce the second thing. That is, from today onwards, all the clansmen with titles will be recalled. Recall all the clansmen with titles? Is this also a decision of the highest council of the 13 clans? A cacophony of voices sounded at once. Silence. Busby's voice sounded again in the hall, The recall targets include the clansmen living in the modern world. The cost of their stay in the inhuman domain will be paid by the clans. Why is it being recalled? Could it be that the war with the werewolves is about to start again? But Baseby said, 3 months ago, a vampire family living in the Far East was wiped out by an unknown enemy overnight. Far East. Could it be the Takizawa family? Like a thunderclap in spring, the voices in the hall suddenly became louder. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1329. In the huge ring-shaped room, the sound of discussion never stopped. Obviously, the upper nobles of Torito were quite familiar with the vampire family in the Far East. After such a long time, these long-lived species could remember a lot of things, but of course, they could also forget a lot of things. Is it called Takizawa? Isn't it called Ozawa? I only remember that they are very inferior beasts, like mutated lampreys. I remember that they were transformed from some experiment or something. You guys, have you ever befriended them? I have no interest in this kind of inferior species. Boboki should know, right? Hasn't this guy always been indecent, has mistresses all over the world, and is known as the lascivious dragon among vampires? Actually, I don't remember if I've ever slept with one. I think there was one called Lola or a Loli. The upper-class aristocrat whose name was mentioned was now in deep thought. Judging from the huge figure behind the veil, his body must be plump. Among the vampires who are all above average in terms of appearance, Boboki was probably an anomaly, right? Silence. Busby's voice sounded at the right time. Many of the upper nobles stopped talking softly. In fact, they had already been given time to digest the news. Looking at the many upper nobles, Busby said expressionlessly, after the incident, the investigation team of the 13 clans rushed over as soon as possible. After a detailed investigation, the investigation team concluded that this was a one-sided massacre, and there should only be one person who did it. It was done in one night. Only one. Their voices started to turn from surprise to surprise. Busby said indifferently, also because of the bloodline of the Takizawa family, most of us have not accepted them for a long time. But I want to say that the head of the Takizawa family has evolved to the level that is close to the level of the 13 Grand Dukes, and it is very likely that he will become the 14th Grand Duke within 100 years. He has actually evolved to such a level. Astonishment had already turned into quiet exclamations. Being able to become the 14th Archduke in the next 100 years. It was probably true coming from Busby's mouth. In fact, it might even be something that all 13 Archdukes had silently agreed on. The vampire community was quite wary of Archdukes, and even Busby and Baligan, who stood behind him, clearly would not fabricate such a matter to gain the trust of the crowd. To be able to annihilate the Takizawa clan in a single night. Who in the world is this person? Is this a personal grudge of the Takizawa family, or a provocation against the vampires? The other party's origin and purpose are unknown. The only thing we know is that the other party is definitely not weaker than a Grand Duke, and the Takizawa family only has one survivor so far. He was sent to the inhuman domain to learn farm management when his family was in trouble, said Busby slowly. That's why he managed to escape the calamity. After he learned that his family was annihilated, he immediately went to the Supreme Council and cried, begging us to find the murderer. And the Supreme Council has already agreed to this Takizawa family survivor's request. In fact, we don't have to make such a big fuss over this family that evolved into a vampire monster. Someone shook his head at this moment. However, Busby said, the Supreme Council has issued an order. Everyone, please inform your descendants or immediate family members to return to the castle as soon as possible. As for the next action, we will inform you later. Now we can begin to feast. The Takizawa family was annihilated overnight? That was too far away. That vampire monster family was not even recognized by the mainstream of the 13 Archdukes at all. The existence that would become the 14th Archduke in the next 100 years? But he was already dead, wasn't he? A genius who was already dead was naturally not a genius anymore. Compared to this kind of nervousness, the upper-class nobles were more concerned about the upcoming feast. Looking at this scene, their mood instantly turned bright, and they began to look at the stage below with shining eyes like vermin. There were even some people who couldn't wait to walk out from behind the screen. Busby didn't react at all. He just slowly retreated behind the screen and then slowly sighed. The reason why he sighed wasn't because of the decadence of the upper-class nobles of the Torito family, but because of the thing in front of him. On the huge chair, there was only a scarecrow made of straw sitting in a sitting position, and on the chest of the scarecrow, there was a note with the name Baylegan written on it. At the same time, on the stage, Crop had been brought up by the servants on the stage. There were about 20 men and women, and they were all between 14 and 18 years old, young, and beautiful. They didn't have any shackles on their bodies, and they were all wearing the same white robes. When they walked onto the stage and faced the ring-shaped seats of the upper class, these young men and women were all infatuated. Then they were sent to the nobles, one by the servants. A young man walked into the room and came to the door of a noblewoman. The noblewoman had an unforgettable temperament, and every frown and smile of hers was like a spring breeze. At this moment, she slowly walked to the front of the young man, gently stroking his cheeks, and said softly, "Look at you, I haven't seen you for only 1 month, and you seem to have lost so much weight. Did you work too hard? Or did you secretly practice alone at night again?" "It's not like that, Mom." The young man said timidly, I just want to play your favorite song to make you happy this time." "What a good boy. Come here." The noblewoman's eyes became more and more gentle. She held the young man's hand and walked to the front of a piano. She grabbed his hand and began to gently press the black and white keys of the piano, carefully and patiently teaching the young man. She whispered and laughed along with the sound of the piano. In another room, a young girl about 16 years old came in. At this moment, the obese Mr. Boboki had already stood up and came to the front of this young girl. "Doni, my baby, do you miss me?" The young girl's face blushed, and her delicate face was mixed with shyness. She softly performed the palace etiquette. "Doni greets father." "Come, I've prepared a lot of beautiful clothes for you." Boboki narrowed his eyes and smiled. "They're all your favorite clothes. Come on, my little baby, be my most beautiful model." "Yes, father." The young girl slowly walked to the wardrobe, took off her clothes under Boboki's gaze, and began to slowly put on a pair of thin white stockings. Her movements were slow, as if she wanted to let Boboki see every movement clearly. And Boboki at this moment was holding a camera, walking in front of the young girl. The sound of the shutter was heard. "Oh, that's good, that's good. Doni is so obedient. Remember to be obedient in the future. Then I'll prepare more beautiful clothes for you." Click, 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 shutter and flash. At this moment, the young boy panted and fell to the ground, exhausted. He put down the wooden sword in his hand. At this moment, a nobleman came to the young boy with a bottle of water. "You've made good progress this time. Continue after 10 minutes of rest." "Okay, brother, I'll continue to work hard." "Work hard today, Kane, it's great." It could be mother and daughter, father and son, brother, sister, lover, friend, teacher and student, or even master and servant. Each room was like a different world. It only belonged to the upper-class nobles, and this group of young boys and girls. The time of eating would last for a whole day. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. A servant sent a young girl into Busby's room. He was not a noble, but his identity was special, so he had the same privilege of eating as the upper-class nobles. "Well, Sir Busby, I'll leave first." After sending the girl into the room, the servant slowly retreated. At this moment, the girl suddenly threw herself into Busby's arms, and at this moment Busby, who had always been cold, had a gentle smile on his face. He hugged the girl and stood like this. Both of them seemed to be enjoying this moment of hugging each other. Brother, you didn't cut your hair properly again. If you do this again, Mina will be angry. The girl let go of Busby and puffed up her cheeks, looking angry. It's not very long. Busby just rubbed the bangs on his forehead, then patted the girl's head and said softly, You've been waiting for a long time. You must be hungry. Come, I've prepared something for you to eat. The girl, Mina, immediately walked to the place where the food was placed happily. Wow, it's all Mina's favorite food. And cake. The dormitory master said Mina can't eat too many sweet things. He said Mina has gained weight recently. Just say, I let you eat it. Busby slowly walked behind the girl. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes. Then I won't be polite. The girl stuffed the cake into her mouth at once. Slow down. He would always carefully wipe the cream and cake crumbs on the girl's face, and then he would patiently listen to the girl's words. Since the last time they met, the things that happened to the girl in the farm. It's true. Those guys are so bad, they even pretended to be ghosts in the bathroom in the middle of the night to scare us. But then they were caught by the dormitory master, and they were punished by not eating the next day. Hee. Mina hates learning to dance the most. She didn't pass this month's exam again. So miserable. All right, the sweet potatoes in the yard grew again, but only I went to roast them secretly. If only you were still in the farm, we could roast them together. Mina. Suddenly she interrupted. Busby's voice was slightly low, as if he was facing those upper nobles. Mina's hand trembled slightly. Then she lowered her head and didn't eat the food on the table. Busby slowly sighed. We agreed that we can't mention the past. I'm sorry I accidentally. The girl was so upset that she was about to cry. The room fell into silence for a while. They didn't speak anymore. She didn't know when it started, but a slight moan of pleasure mixed with pain came from somewhere else. Only then did the girl raise her head. Time flies. The girl had a forced smile on her face. It's almost time. Brother. I'm not hungry. Busby slowly turned his face away. Mina reached out and began to unbutton the collar of her robe, pulling it down, revealing the skin of her neck and shoulder. She looked at Busby and said softly, Brother, you can't do that. The dormitory master will check and monitor. Children who don't perform offering will be regarded as hated. Then, Mina won't be able to see Brother next time. Busby slightly opened his mouth. The moment the snow-white skin of the girl's neck appeared, he instinctively revealed his blood-sucking fangs, but he seemed to be trying hard to restrain the growth of his fangs. At this time, the girl threw herself into Busby's arms again. Don't restrain yourself. For the next time we meet. I'm sorry. Busby lowered his head. The fangs had directly pierced into the girl's neck. The tingling feeling made the girl raise her head immediately. Then, like the other teenagers in the other rooms, her throat made a complicated moan. At this time, she gently held Busby's head with both hands, whispering, That's good. That's good. Busby's fangs went deeper, and his hands even grasped the girl's smooth back, making the robe tightly wrinkled. That's good. After crossing the grassy hillside, they could see a group of buildings covering about half a kilometer. Schools, hospitals, amusement parks, basically all the supporting facilities of the city were well planned. When walking down the hillside, Miss Maid brushed her hair that was messed up by the wind. It seems that we've arrived. Farm. This is the farm. Luaccio looked around. Although he didn't go deep, he could feel the life here. Obviously, it wasn't that hard, but most of the people living here were boys and girls, even children. There were not many adults. I can guess what kind of management mode it is, Miss Maid smiled. Well, probably. Boss Luo nodded, and then walked in a random direction, like the way where a branch stood before a fork in the road. Before completely entering this small town, they met a kid with glasses under a big tree by the roadside. He was about 10 years old. The kid was sitting alone under the tree, looking at the tree, and not far away, a group of kids of the same age were playing casually. Luaccio curiously walked behind the kid, glanced at the book the kid was reading, and then blinked. Well, vibration and wave optics? Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 1330. He felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this physics textbook. The child looked about 10 years old, but he was wearing an unusually large white gown. The sleeves were hanging down. His hair almost reached his eyes, and he wore thick, presbyopic glasses. He seemed to be dressed up for a special character. In fact, the children playing not far away could always find a variety of unique dressing up, even the older boys and girls in the town, who were 16 or 17 years old. It was as if he had walked into some kind of magical carnival. Although Boss Luo and Miss Maid stood beside him and didn't deliberately reduce their presence, the reading child was indifferent. He just carefully flipped through the physics, book page by page. However, Boss Luo had always been very patient, so he just casually observed. Finally, the child and the book monk began to mutter to themselves. Although their voices were soft, they seemed to be reciting the contents of the book. From time to time, exclamations such as "I see," and "if that's the case, then I understand," could be heard. He even stopped reciting and began to close his eyes, probably to quickly recall the contents of the book again. "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" Suddenly, the child raised his head and looked at the two people who had been standing beside him for some time. Luocho smiled and said, "Do you know everyone here?" "Of course." The child nodded. "There are 37 people in the kindergarten, 249 in the primary school, 167 in the middle school, 29 housemasters, 17 chefs, and I believe you can recognize all of them," Boss Luo said with a playful smile. "I'm from outside, not from this town." "Outside?" The little boy frowned and then nodded. "You came back from the outside, right? Are you the new dormitory supervisor or someone else?" Luocho asked curiously. "Except for these, are there any other outsiders?" The little boy said, subconsciously, "The infected will escape here. The infected are very dangerous. You don't look like it." "What's the infected?" Luocho asked. The little boy said vigilantly, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Boss Luo said slyly, "We just came from the castle." "Castle?" The little boy suddenly became absent-minded, and then his whole body became nervous. He suddenly stood up stiffly, and his words also became nervous. It's the feeder, sir." Hello. I'm baby Harry number 721823. The growth period is 9 years, 7 months, and 19 days. My IQ is 137. My physical strength is 23. 5, and my height. There was no fear. Instead, there was a strange and nervous self-introduction like the company interview, from the child who called himself Harry, from his so-called number to his various detailed data, even his interests and hobbies, until baby Harry finally stopped talking and then looked at Boss Luo and Miss Maid with a hint of anxiety. But he didn't seem to see the color he expected from Luocho and Yez's faces. He began to show a disappointed expression, but it was soon restrained. Baby Harry number 721823 has finished the introduction. I didn't satisfy the two masters. I'm really sorry. After all, my character isn't very popular, but it doesn't matter. I'll continue to work hard and wait for the master who needs me to appear. Luocho was silent for a while and suddenly asked, "You want a master who is satisfied with you?" Harry said with bright eyes, "Since I was born, I've been waiting for my master. This is the meaning of my existence." "You've been waiting? Isn't this a matter of course?" Little Harry was stunned, then looked at them in confusion and began to frown again. "You guys, Harry, it's time to go back." A voice that was as refreshing as a spring breeze could be heard. If Miss Maria was here, she would probably roar in her heart. Another boy with the healing ability, or something like that. The young man who walked over was about 20 years old. He was wearing a pink apron and round-rimmed glasses. There was an amiable smile on his face, like a young male kindergarten teacher. "Igi Housemaster." Little Harry hurriedly ran to this man, Housemaster Iggy, then said hesitantly, "They seem to be—" "Harry, you can't be rude to the masters. Hurry up and salute." Housemaster Iggy rubbed Harry's messy hair at this time, then looked at Boss Luo and Miss Maid. "Harry is still a baby and hasn't reached the age of selection. So it's really a master." Listening to Housemaster Iggy's words, little Harry's gaze changed again. He became annoyed again. Then, under Housemaster Iggy's gaze, he obediently said some words of apology. "Go, take them back to the dormitory. I still have something to talk to the two masters," Housemaster Iggy said softly at this time, until little Harry led a group of children not far away, lined up in 2 rows, and then walked back to the town. In an orderly manner, the young Housemaster Iggy looked at Luaccio and smiled. This child has always been the one who keeps the most records and studies the most seriously. Although he's still a baby, he has actually completed the advanced courses of primary and secondary school. Although this is his character setting, he still works hard. He's really serious, waiting for his master to appear. Boss Luo said, "I heard from him that this kind of character setting isn't very popular." Housemaster Iggy smiled casually. "There will always be a time when there's a need. God knows what the upper and middle class nobles of the castle are thinking. Maybe there will suddenly be someone who likes them." "Will that include you?" Luaccio asked casually. "Me?" Iggy shook his head. "Let's not talk about this first. Compared to this, I'm more curious about the two of you. If I remember correctly, the castle seems to have no other guests except for the 2 ladies recently, right?" Luaccio said, "Because of some mistakes, I trespassed on your land. Then I became interested in this farm, so I want to take a look." Although I know these words are a little perfunctory. Eunuch AIG narrowed his eyes. The gentle aura of a big brother seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden and was replaced by a lurking venomous snake. But why do I feel like I'm convinced? If I think about it carefully, it's really terrifying. Luaccio smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be good if the conflict could be resolved through words?" "I agree." Housemaster Iggy nodded, returning to the appearance of a young kindergarten teacher, and then smiled. "If you want to take a look, I can be a temporary guide for you too, if you don't mind." "That's really the best." Luaccio smiled. Housemaster Iggy smiled and said, "In this case, can you let the lady beside you let me go a bit?" Behind this extremely calm conversation, there was an abnormal danger. At this time, at Eunuch AIG's side, in the instant he released that viper-like gaze, there were 4 black flame spears that shot out from in front of him and behind him, completely sealing him off. As long as he moved a bit, he would be directly burned by the black flames. Even though he didn't really get burned, his soul trembled. "Sorry," Luaccio said apologetically. "She cares more than I do, but she doesn't mean any harm. This warning is enough." Housemaster Iggy smiled bitterly. "Then the 2 of you this way, please." It almost softened most of the known architectural styles. Probably when it was built, the layout of the whole town had been well planned, so although there were many styles, they were surprisingly connected together naturally. According to Maria's introduction, Torito was a clan that pursued aesthetics the most, and it was probably right. On a small stone road in the main part, Housemaster Iggy introduced these buildings of different styles one by one, just like a knowledgeable young master, although he was still dressed like a kindergarten teacher. "How long can they grow?" Luaccio looked at the young boys and girls walking on the street and asked curiously. "Usually, the last harvest will be carried out on the day of their 18th birthday, and the first harvest starts at the age of 12. Housemaster Iggy smiled and said, "They think that the young boys and girls in this age range have the most beautiful state of human life. Whether it is the maturity of the body or the purity of the soul, they can even break or sew up their hearts at will." After the age of 18, Housemaster Iggy paused for a while and slowly said, "After the last harvest, before the age of 25, the normal harvest will be carried out. According to the quality of the products, They will be supplied to the middle and lower nobles and circulated as goods for the commoners. After the age of 25, the harvest time will be extended according to the quality of the individual. Usually, even if the harvest is extended, it will be within 1 or 2 years. After that, there would be a year of recuperation period to nourish the crops. Then they would be used for planting to produce new larvae. After this process, the value of the crops would basically be depleted. Then there would be some follow-up processing, such as selling them to low-level nobles or civilians as low-level blood slaves and servants to be kept in captivity. Of course, in the inhuman realm, there will be some people who like to buy these products, especially some potioneers and wizards. They like to use them to experiment with medicine. What a complete industrial chain, Luaccio nodded. This really suits the name of products. After all, this is a production model that has been constantly explored and modified. Housemaster Ige smiled and said, "We can't be like lunatics and eat the food on the street. Self-sufficiency is already in the interest of most of the inhuman realm. Even the Holy See has tacitly approved of this, and for these hundreds of years, everyone has been living in peace. After all, the inhuman realm is only so big. If a war breaks out, it won't be a good thing. Everyone is just carefully protecting the land that they live in. They know their fate in the future." Another group of young people walked by. When they walked by, they would greet Housemaster Ige warmly. Although they were confused by the strange men and women beside Housemaster Ige, they didn't ask anything. Some even went up and greeted Housemaster Ige politely. "They don't know, and we won't let them know. At least before the last harvest. They won't know what will happen in the future. For them, when they reach the age of 18, it means that they have to leave. It means that they have grown up and can live alone in the dangerous world outside." Dangerous. Luaccio heard the key word. Housemaster Ige said casually, "It's probably describing the outside world as a world that has been severely damaged and has completely collapsed. The adult individuals need to leave to make room for the newborn individuals to grow. It's their duty. Of course, there will be people who yearn for it, but there will also be people who feel confused or scared because of it. But because of this, they will cherish the time before leaving more." Looking at those young people who had just left the school and were laughing, Housemaster Ige's eyes became softer and softer. "Because everyone can live happily here without worries." Miss Maid said coldly at this time, "False happiness?" Housemaster Ige turned back and said expressionlessly, "As long as everyone pretends to be real, then even if it's false, what's wrong with it? Why should we distinguish between the real and the fake so clearly?" I like this sentence. Luaccio smiled faintly, then glanced at Miss Maid. Miss Maid could completely understand her master's meaning. At this moment, she stepped forward slowly, and a black card appeared in her palm. Then she handed it to Housemaster Ige. Housemaster Ige reached out his hand to receive it. While he was puzzled, he heard Boss Luo said softly, "Take it as a return gift for this guide. This is a 20% discount card for you." 20% discount, what? He lowered his head and glanced at the black card in his hand. It was like a whirlpool. The more he looked at it, the deeper he felt he was trapped in it. However, his main body's consciousness was very strong, and he quickly struggled out of this vortex. However, there seemed to be more information waiting for him to read. He couldn't help frowning. However, the mysterious man and woman in front of him had disappeared. Housemaster Ige muttered at this moment. They actually appeared again. At this moment, a figure walked quickly toward Housemaster Ige. It was an extremely handsome young man in a blue military uniform, Busby. When Busby came to Housemaster Ige, a trace of dissatisfaction could be seen from his face. Then he said coldly, "Beyligan, can I say that the substitute you used this time is not sincere at all?" "Well, I was a little pressed for time, so I just made one casually." Housemaster Ige. Beyligan smiled like a spring breeze, sorry. Genius remembered the address of this station in a second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1331. facing Baylegan, who didn't care about this. Busby sighed softly. If there is a curious guy among these upper-class nobles, I think that thin veil can't stop the noble's eyes. Baylegan smiled and said, I want to see them do something so that the days won't be so boring. Well, let's not talk about this. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Didn't you eat today? With that, Baylegan narrowed his eyes. But I smell a sweet smell on you. Busby didn't have any reaction to this. He just said indifferently, Today, a few outsiders broke into the territory. The patrol team chased them all the way, and finally, their carriage fell off the cliff outside the castle. They didn't find the corpses. There's reason to believe that they have sneaked into the castle. You mean today? Baylegan was deep in thought at this time. No one knew what he was thinking. It's rare to see this guy thinking seriously. Busby frowned. There are 3 people, 1 male and 2 females. One of the females should be a magician who is good at using magic props. The other 2 are unknown. Baylegan suddenly said, Maybe it's just a few small thieves. There's no need to make a big fuss. Withdraw the patrolling soldiers in the castle. Don't destroy the order in the castle. Let the people from the Shadow Department investigate the castle thoroughly. In addition, if you really find the other party, and the other party is relatively polite, talk as the first method. I hope to resolve this matter peacefully. Baylegan? Busby was puzzled. The people who broke into the territory weren't wandering around the periphery of the necktie. It was very likely that they were already in the clan's nest. Just do as I say. Baylegan just shook his head. If the Shadow Department can solve it, then it can naturally solve it. If not, it's futile to dispatch more people. Of course. I hope the Shadow Department can solve it. The intruders are not them. Did something happen? Busby asked subconsciously. Baylegan began to take off the kindergarten teacher's clothes. At this time, in the dark alley of the street, a black shadow suddenly flashed out. It was dressed in black, even with a dark mask on its face. It couldn't be seen whether it was a man or a woman. It didn't even say a word. It just knelt on one knee in front of Baylegan, then raised its hands. What it held in its hands was a plate with another set of clothes stacked on it. It's just that I suddenly recalled some unpleasant memories. Baylegan reached out to grab the cloak from the plate and put it on his body. Busby, come back with me. Today's game is over. In front of a bakery in town. Boss Luo successfully bought 2 sets of donuts under the astonished gaze of the employees. The boss and Miss Maid strolled on the street with the paper bag. This is one of the heroes who survived the war 100 years ago. Boss Luo said thoughtfully. He probably understood why there was an error in Miss Maria's coordinates. There was such a small incident. When Miss Maid mentioned the war 100 years ago, he asked about the list of survivors of the war out of curiosity. It was probably the interest that was accidentally revealed at that moment. This kind of involuntary divergence of thoughts that affected the present world had actually happened before. The most obvious one was when he was in South America. At that time, because he was curious about what Black Luocio would look like, he allowed Black Luocio to move independently for a short period of time. Then, the world was distorted and zombies began to appear. Perhaps it wasn't because he had a physique that often encountered such things. It was just an inadvertent thought that caused the incident to happen. He did not feel fear because of it. It was as if it was a natural process of understanding, and there was not the slightest ripple in his heart as he calmly pondered. Even if he had begun to realize that the distortion of the world caused by the emanation of unconscious thoughts would probably increase Alea's workload imperceptibly, did the previous one also experience the stage? This was the last question that Luocio pondered after realizing the nature of his encounter with Aggie. Bailey, Miss Maid probably couldn't answer this question. She probably hadn't noticed the degree of change in fate. In other words, although it had been distorted, in the cognition of most creatures, this distortion was still reasonable. Bailey Swift T. Tory Do. Miss Maid nodded. In the war that year, A total of 7 of the 13 clans participated in the war. Among the 7 clans that participated in the war, the most outstanding descendants of the clans were excluded. In the end, among the 7 clans, only Bailey of Toridu and the outstanding descendants of another clan survived. If I remember correctly, one of the spoils of war was obtained by Baelgang. He put the last piece of donut into his mouth and chewed. The grease around his lips was quickly wiped by Miss Maid with a handkerchief. Boss Luo grabbed Miss Maid's hand and sucked the sweetness from her fingertips. He smiled and said, "One is a mediocre person with no talent who can surpass the limits of human beings with hard work. The other is a clan prince who became a legendary hero after the war but likes to raise crops. They are all very interesting, these survivors. I don't know who will be the next one." Survivor heroes naturally didn't know Farlier and Bailey. "Master, all right, yours is clean too." Luocio smiled casually and held her hand. "It's almost time to go back to the castle. I don't know if they have a result of the discussion." In fact, the debate between Joan Luoiwe and Maria did have a result. When Boss and Miss Maid, who were sitting there and listening to the debate, silently raised their heads slightly at the same time. "Let's do it this way. It's meaningless to continue the discussion." Maria slapped her hand on the table. The sound startled the vampire girl, who was still squatting in front of the fireplace and trying to boil water. She immediately blew the wood, ash all over her face. Her face turned gray. She should have been out for a while. Why did it take so long to boil the water? This question arose in Boss Luo's mind. So, in the perspective of his eyes, there was a backflow of time, the reality, and the backflow began to stagger. The first time, the water was boiling, but the vampire girl, who didn't seem to have done this kind of work, poured the hard-boiled water onto the ground. She didn't overturn it the second time, but when she opened the kettle, she found that it had absorbed a lot of wood ashes. So, the vampire girl stole a glance at Boss and Miss Maid, who didn't seem to notice anything, and quietly poured the kettle away. The third time, there was no wood left. She went back to the room and removed some of the bed's legs. Finally, it was ready to serve the guests. But because of the heated debate between Maria and Joan Luoiwe inadvertently waved her hand and knocked the saucer to the ground. The vampire girl's eyes suddenly became hazy, and then she ran back to the room with grievance. The fourth time Maria knocked it over. The fifth time Boss Luo laughed naturally. "Let me do it." When the vampire girl was covered in dust, she suddenly heard the soft voice of Miss Maid behind her. Elizabeth, who appeared to be in a sorry state and whose clean clothes were stained with many grayish-black spots because of her actions, such as starting a fire, was startled. Miss Maid took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the ashes on her face. The vampire girl subconsciously thought. She felt that Brother Luocio's girlfriend was smiling more warmly than before. She seemed to be in a good mood. Did something good happen? Miss Maid just wiped it carefully. Then, she suddenly leaned close to the vampire girl's ear and said in a low voice, "You'll feel nostalgic, right? The first person you eat. You'll be with her for the rest of your life. You won't forget the feeling even when you die." The vampire girl suddenly froze, but Miss Maid's movements were still gentle, and there was no change. I just... She didn't know what she should say. Since she was born, she had to sleep most of the time to maintain and restrain her instincts. She had too little time to learn, and her grandfather obviously didn't have the energy to teach her all kinds of things other than knowledge in the short time when she woke up. That's good. Miss Maid finally adjusted the position of Elizabeth's collar. Miss Maid smiled and didn't say anything. She just lifted the kettle that was finally ready. God knew where she got the set of tableware and tea leaves from. The vampire girl's mind was full of the meaning of Miss Maid's words. Huh? Where did the donuts come from? Seeing that there was not only tea, but also dessert for afternoon tea on the table, Maria couldn't help but be stunned. Then she picked one up and ate it without hesitation. Ever since the little healer brought Master Pansy here in the morning, until now when she was trapped in the Torito clan's castle, She really hadn't eaten anything. She didn't feel anything when they were arguing. But now that they stopped, she suddenly felt hungry. Calories and what not. Who wants to burn them? I'm going to eat them first. Have you two come to a conclusion? Luocho said timely. Zhong Luoiwe quietly frowned, looking at the donuts on the table. After becoming a vampire, she didn't eat any human food at first. She didn't give up and forced herself to eat all kinds of food. But in the end, she could only vomit painfully in the bathroom and then had a stomachache for half a day. Indeed, there is a conclusion. At this time, she said expressionlessly, it's still the same as before. You two blend into the team of crops and then leave the castle. Luocho looked at Zhong Luoiwe and smiled. It seems that Miss Zhong has convinced Miss Maria. Weren't you listening just now? Zhong Luoiwe felt a strange feeling, and then suddenly there was a strange feeling in her chest. She felt like she was being held by someone. She instantly got rid of the disgusting feeling with goosebumps all over her body, slowly sighed, and then said, Yes, although you've blended into the team of crops, you're not crops, but as transportation staff. Maria nodded at this time, licking her fingers, and said, Yes, even if there is an inspection, generally speaking, only crops will be inspected and not too much attention will be paid to the escorting staff. What do you think? Isn't this a good idea? You two have no more arguments. Luocho smiled casually and said that should be good. Then do as you said. But there's still a problem. Zhong Luoiwe said out of the blue. The employees who are guarding the delivery today seem to be all female vampires. With that, she looked at Boss Luo expressionlessly. Luocho blinked. Why do I suddenly feel that there's something in Miss Maid's eyes at this moment? Master's female clothes. The sky was filled with white clouds, and the surroundings were dense primeval forests. For Luo Dance, it was like returning to the mountain where she used to live and the grandpa tree monster. Long Shirua, who was holding a cigarette candy, opened her eyes like a dead fish, yawning from time to time and walking in front. The true dragon of the land of the divine lands did not leave any chance for the little butterfly to get in touch with the Inhumans. It was almost as if the true dragon of the land of the divine lands was sprinting all the way, picking all kinds of remote paths. Little Butterfly didn't have any complaints about this, but since entering this forest, Little Butterfly had a feeling of hesitation. She always felt that there was something terrible in front of her. The scenery in the primeval forest was good at first, but as they went deeper, it seemed to gradually become gloomy. The dense forest covered the sky, and the surroundings were getting darker and darker. Suddenly, a sharp face suddenly cracked on a tree trunk, and then began to laugh crazily. The surrounding trees also turned into sharp faces in an instant. The horrible laughter suddenly surrounded Long Shirua and Luo Dance. Wow! Luo Dance was so scared that she suddenly grasped Long Shirua's arm, and her body trembled slightly. Long Shirua rolled her eyes, and only a crack was heard. The cigarette candy in her mouth was bitten off. Shinryu's biting force was no small matter, and it was so fast. But such a small one. She grabbed Luo Dance's head and clawed fiercely. Anyway, you're also a demon, and a very fierce one. Can't you be a little bit more mature? But at this time, a loud roar came from the depth of the forest. Get out of here, you bunch of ugly freaks. Bitch, ugly as hell. In front of them, a group of women ran out crying. Each of them was probably a stunner that could make men fall head over heels for. Whether it was their appearance or figure, it was hard to find fault with them. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1332. Seeing such a group of beauties running away in tears, Little Butterfly Monster didn't seem to be so afraid of the weird trees. However, this group of beauties didn't seem to care that there were other women in the depths of the forest. They didn't even look at them. Just like that, they bit their handkerchiefs and left while sobbing. Suddenly, a beautiful woman tripped over something and fell to the ground. Luo Dance subconsciously helped her up. The woman glanced at Luo Dance and sighed. Then she bit her handkerchief and covered her eyes with tears. She was so sad that she couldn't express it in words. What's wrong with them? Sister Long? Little butterfly monster tilted her head and looked at her sister Long confusedly. Long Shirua just shrugged, saying indifferently, "You'll know later. But with your character, you probably won't feel anything, right?" Oh. Shaking his head, Shinryu of Kelowna was about to speak when 3 figures walked out from the depths of the forest. This time they were not women, but 3 young men. They wore the same style of clothes, like some kind of uniform. One of them was stunned when he saw Long Shirua and Little Butterfly Monster. Then he lowered his head and started flipping through a document in his hand, muttering, "Hey, why are there 2 more? Well, there's no corresponding information. What the hell, the logistics department is getting more and more perfunctory. Forget it, we know it won't work out." Another man waved his hand. "Hurry up, send these 2 in too. After all, they're already here, and their elders should have talked to them." But as he said, he began to look at the 2 women, commenting, "They're young and have good figures. Isn't this a bit too much?" Shinryu of Kelowna frowned. "Yeah, she looks like she owes someone money. She's not gentle enough." The true dragon's eyebrows twitched again. "They're not feminine at all, really? Don't tell me they're here to make up the numbers." Then he raised his voice. "Hey, don't you have any other clothes? Although your figure is not good, you should at least wear good clothes to cover your shortcomings. And makeup. Do you know makeup? And your eyebrows are too hairy, and your face doesn't look rosy at all. Hey, are you listening to me or not? Show me a smile. If we can't pass, don't even think about going in. We don't care how much money your elders have spent." The true dragon of the divine land, whose brows had already calmed down, said indifferently, "Die." Then there was no then. In the depths of the dense forest, after a golden light flashed, 100-meter long, 3-meter wide flat road appeared. Those tree monsters that the little butterfly demon was afraid of were also gone, and the trees returned to their sunny appearance. The gloomy atmosphere in the depths of the forest was swept away, and there was peace everywhere. At this time, Kelowna of Shinryu patted the dust on his hands as if nothing had happened, and then looked at Luo Dance, and then touched his face with his fingers, saying indifferently, "Are my eyebrows hairy?" Luo Dance. The butterfly monster covered her mouth with her hands and shook her neck stiffly. But at this time, a huge roar came from the end of the flat road. In the next instant, a huge figure appeared above their heads, blocking the sunlight that was already shining down. At this moment, a huge head was hanging down from above. Long Shirua raised her head. The huge figure and her looked at each other, and after blinking their eyes, the huge figure said slowly, "Long time no see. Shinryu of the East, you haven't changed at all. Has the charm of a female really abandoned you?" "Well, you haven't changed at all, Fafnir," Long Shirwa said expressionlessly. "You still make me want to smash you when you open your mouth." In an instant, a huge golden storm was set off. The wind was so strong that Butterfly Monster's body was blown up. She had to quickly grab Long Shirwa's arm, but her body was still swaying in the storm like a kite. However, this golden storm left as quickly as it came. In just an instant, the golden storm had already stopped. The huge creature had already disappeared, and in its place was an extremely beautiful person who was even more beautiful than those who had run away crying. How to say, at least, Luo Dance couldn't find any other adjectives except for the word beautiful. Seductive, noble, dazzling, even the figure was elegant, as if every part of the body was the most perfect work of art. And its voice was not as rough as when it roared, but was quite magnetic. The eyes were full of expectation. Even though Luo Dance was still in the stage of ignorance about the matters between males and females, she felt her heart beating fast because of this pair of bewitching eyes. The smile of the boss suddenly appeared in her mind, and then she gradually calmed down. This was something she accidentally found during the estrus last time, as long as the boss smile appeared in her mind when her body was the hottest. She would feel a little comfortable. She didn't even tell Sister Long about it. She didn't say it, subconsciously. Sister Long, who is this beautiful sister? Luo Dance blinked at this time, with a curious look on her face. After hearing the word beautiful, the smile on the other party's face seemed to become brighter. It was enough to charm all living beings. Kelowna's Shinryu was not affected at all, and said indifferently, "Who knows, the last male golden dragon in the world will be a pervert who likes to cross-dress? And it's a moron who thinks he is the prettiest in the world after cross-dressing." This group of people from the Magic Biology Department of the Magicians Association probably never thought of this. It's really sad. Male to male? Yeah. The male, Golden Dragon Fafnir, chuckled at this time. "Shinryu of the East, it seems that not only the god of charm abandoned you, but also the god of vulgarity fell in love with you. Don't worry, if such a god really likes me, I'll smash it." Long Shirwa sneered, taking out a cigarette. This time it was a real one. "I think so." Fafnir walked slowly, like the noblest queen in the world. She was tall enough to be half a head taller than Shinryu, who looked like a normal Eastern woman. "So, why did you come to me this time? To learn etiquette or to learn how to dress up?" "I brought you something good." Long Shirwa narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Maybe it's something that can make you interested in other females." "Oh." Fafnir smiled and said, "Even you are the same as those old guys from the Magicians Association, still not giving up? In this world, I am the only one who is as beautiful as me, and that is enough. I won't leave behind a descendant as beautiful as me. Ah, my inheritance is too perfect. Why is there such a perfect creature like me? Cough, cough. Cough, cough. What did you feed me?" Fafnir looked as if he choked. Even so, even if he was frowning, he was still as beautiful as before. It was as if Shishir was holding her heart, making me feel pity for him. "Okay, I've delivered the thing." Long Shirwa clapped her hands at this time. "Well, you can let those magicians in the biology department prepare more than 100 females for you." That was really straightforward. There wasn't any nonsense at all. The little butterfly monster looked and confirmed. "Well, this is really Sister Long style." What did you feed me?" Fafnir couldn't help but show fear. "Why do I always feel a strange odor gushing out from my body? My drug resistance is obviously—" "What a joke! Even if I inhaled a little bit, I would." Long Shirwa just yawned, then pulled Luo Dance up and directly jumped into the air. "It's time to give you a biology lesson." Long Shirwa looked at Luo Dance, smiling. "Let's see how this so-called Western lizard copulates." Roar! A huge roar came out from this beautiful person's small mouth. Her snow-white skin was gradually dyed with a layer of redness, as if she was drunk. "So uncomfortable. I miss. What did you feed me? Why is it like this? My body is so strange." At this time, Fafnir was leaning on the trunk, slightly panting. Her eyes were misty, and the rippling aura all over her body seemed to have infected the flowers and trees, looking extraordinarily vigorous. But she had been resisting the effect of the butterfly powder. Long Shirwa rubbed her chin, tooting. "She's really tenacious, swallowing such a big one, and she can still bear it." "Tut tut. Sister Long, is she really okay? Why do I feel that she's suffering?" "Don't worry, she's just in heat." Long Shirwa said casually, "Let's care about the female who will copulate later, whether she can bear it or not." "Well, there's probably no problem. Don't know how many Inhuman here hope that their offspring can give birth to the Golden Dragon's offspring. You saw those guys who were driven away just now." As if it had fulfilled Long Shirwa's words, Fafnir at this time began to tear her clothes. 2 soft lumps of gelatin directly fell out. "Tut, fake breasts as expected." Long Shirwa pouted and sneered disdainfully, then her eyes suddenly widened. She stared at Fafnir's lower body, saying in a trembling voice, "Flat, flat? Damn, pervert. You, where's your lower body?" That kind of ugly. The only thing that affects my beauty. I've already abandoned it. Ugh, what the F asterisk C? Long Shiroa's jaw dropped. What the F asterisk CK? I. Fafnir suddenly rushed up to the sky. I can't stand it. With a sound that pierced through the sky, it had already transformed into a beam of golden light that rushed straight to the edge of the sky. Then, from its hands and mouth, it madly released one light bullet after another, directly destroying everything in its path. Sister Long? Long Shiroa suddenly shivered, suddenly asking, Agile, did I really kill those 3 guys just now? Little Butterfly gave a start, subconsciously saying, No, you just sent them flying. They shouldn't be dead yet. What's wrong? Of course, I'll kill them again. Long Shiroa pretended to be serious, to silence them. But that sister, Brother Fafnir, what should we do? Long Shiroa muttered, Well, I didn't expect this guy to be so cruel, even castrating himself. But it's okay, he just drained his physical strength in this way. When he's almost done, he should be able to stop. With that, Kelowna's Shinryu directly pulled Luo Dance's arm, running away in the opposite direction of Fafnir's rampage, disappearing in a flash. In the territory of Torito clan, in a room of the headquarters castle, there was no coyness, no stubborn resistance, and no hoarse argument, none of these. Under the incredible gaze of Zhong Luoyue and Maria, Boss Luo very obediently walked into the bedroom of the vampire girl Elizabeth. About half an hour later, he walked out again. In fact, the servant girl walked out first. Her smile became more beautiful, as if she had obtained some kind of extreme satisfaction. Then it was the vampire girl's turn. The vampire girl's eyes seemed to be wandering, as if she couldn't focus. Then she held her cheeks and muttered something. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. A soft and androgynous voice slowly rang out. Within the room, a young female slowly walked out just like that. Without any coyness, she was natural and unrestrained. Her behavior could be regarded as elegant. There was a faint smile on her face. It could be vaguely seen that it was the original outline of Boss Luo's face. But under the superb transformation technology, the masculine lines were completely softened. The long wig with a neat fringe hung down naturally. She wore a black, shiny backless dress. Her legs, wrapped in thin black stockings, were naturally closed at this time, and there was a black women's leather jacket hanging on her hand. Maria, who was drinking water, choked violently, then subconsciously looked up at Zhong Luoyue. Her small mouth was slightly open, as if she had seen a ghost. At this time, Boss Luo still didn't coyness at all, but gently turned in front of everyone, then showed a faint smile and said softly, Hello, everyone, my name is Luo. Why do I have a sense of frustration that I want to die? Maria muttered to herself. Her neck stiffly turned again, and looked at Zhong Luoyue again. This time, she just kept silent and didn't speak. Maria sighed and said, This time we probably don't have to argue about anything. Zhong Luoyue nodded. Indeed, there's no need. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1333. Don't you feel that the patrol team has disappeared? In the corridor of the castle, they were moving carefully. With the vampire girl's unique telepathic ability, they tried their best to avoid the vampires of the Torito clan. Speaking of which, it seems to be true. Zhong Luoyue could not help but frown. She felt that things were a little strange. However, Elizabeth did not give any hint. The vampire girl did not leave the room this time. Instead, she used her telepathy to stay in the room as a guide. Of course, the little girl could also let her thoughts pass directly into everyone's hearts, if not for the special precautions against her ability. Moon, it's safe in front. You can pass. Zhong Luoyue nodded and then walked out first. She and Elizabeth were visitors in the castle. Therefore, even if they encountered special situations, they could still deal with them. As for why Elizabeth was not chosen to play this role, it was naturally because Zhong Luoyue felt that this little girl's acting was too bad. She could only bite the bullet and do it. Although the third daughter of the Zhong family was nervous, at least she did not see anything from her face. Everyone walked silently. Their first destination was the lounge of the team responsible for transporting the crops today. Brother Luocio, can you hear me? Suddenly, the vampire girl's voice sounded in Boss Luo's ears. If you can, nod your head. Can you already control your telepathy? I can hear you. Boss Luo's expression was normal. He also communicated with Elizabeth through telepathy. Obviously, this conversation was similar to a private chat. I have been practicing. However, now I can only separate two telepathy. I can't do more than that. But I feel that I can separate many more. Elizabeth's voice was always so soft. This kind of telepathy was like a whisper in one's ear. Luocio asked curiously, besides telepathy and telepathy, are there any other effects? Elizabeth quickly said, I can control the movements of small animals. For ordinary people, I can also control them for a short period of time. But for those with stronger minds, I can't control them. It's already very powerful. This was the answer that Luocio came up with after some thought. Of course, the answer was not a compliment, but he had really done some research on the future development potential of this ability. He bought the research report from the altar. In theory, the limit was to be able to cover all objects with consciousness in an instant and freely control all bodies of consciousness. Of course, the premise was that her consciousness was strong enough to cover any body of consciousness, but it seemed to be limited by the limit of species evolution. This theoretical limit would not be reached if there were no accidents. The potential of this telepathic ability was huge, but Elizabeth's bloodline did not improve because of it. Among the vampires, her bloodline was only above average. Really? The little girl raised her voice slightly. She seemed to be very happy with this kind of praise. Really? Brother Luocio, can I ask you something? Elizabeth's voice sounded beside Boss Luo's ear again. Ask away. Big Brother Luocio, why are you willing to do such a thing? Don't men have conflicting emotions? It's okay if you don't answer. Such a thing. Luocio was stunned at first, then he reacted and said casually, Are you talking about the disguise? Just by listening to the soft hum, it was as if he could imagine the vampire girl's appearance at this time. Is it because of this kind of interest? Boss Luo smiled and said, I'm not interested in this kind of interest. But aren't you guys quite happy? Happy? The little girl was stunned. Luocio smiled and said, As long as you don't see this disguise as something shameful, but as something that can make people happy, it's fine. Just like clowns. Don't they always make people smile because they're funny and absurd? That's why How do we go on the road ahead? She seems to be a little anxious. Luocio reminded softly. Zhong Luoyue, who was walking in front, began to look a little nervous because she couldn't get why Elizabeth's instructions. The vampire girl still couldn't do two things at once. At this time, she didn't dare to continue to be absent-minded. Instead, she focused on guiding Zhong Luoyue's next route. Then, like an expedition team, they carefully moved forward bit by bit in the dangerous castle. This kind of experience was quite interesting. Behind them, Luo, and Miss Maid followed casually. In human territory, neutral chaotic area 3. Even though the non-humans had their own territories in the inhuman territory, there were also habitats where different species could unite, such as the neutral chaotic area. At the same time, its existence prevented the non-humans' territories from directly contacting each other. Basically, in this kind of distribution center, one could see a lot of life in a Western fantasy. In the lively market, there were all kinds of shouting voices. But suddenly, a frightened scream sounded. At first, no one paid attention to it. However, the terrified voices gradually grew louder and louder like waves coming from afar. Very soon, it had already formed an abnormally huge momentum. All of a sudden, there was chaos in the market, and then there was a loud noise. In the sky, for some unknown reason, many light bombs with terrifying destructive power suddenly fell from the sky. As if fighter jets were bombing, the huge market was soon bombed into tatters. Many non-humans were directly blown up or injured to the ground. It seemed like an unexpected disaster. When they woke up, the destruction seemed to be far away, but 1/3 of the neutral chaotic area had been severely damaged. This aura seems to be F***CK. It's the evil dragon Fafnir. Did it take the wrong medicine? The people of the Magician Association don't care about it. This direction seems to lead to the werewolf territory. I don't know. I don't care. I want to go to the Magician Association and ask for an explanation. If they don't compensate me for my loss, I don't mind letting those guys have a taste of what an artistic explosion is. Is there anyone who wants to go with me? Count me in. Me too. Let's go. And so the non-humans of 3 in the neutral chaotic area began to gather and march towards the headquarters of the Magician Association. However, as the group moved forward, they unknowingly began to expand from victims from other places. At the same time, Kelowna Shinryu, who felt that it was about time to stop, suddenly shivered and muttered, "It should be almost done venting, right?" In fact, Kelowna Shinryu didn't know how long the butterfly powder effect of such a large ball could last. She just thought that the golden dragon's resistance to drugs was not bad, and it had a strange personality, so she wanted to use a strong drug to treat it. Anyway, if Fafnir could really leave behind offspring, those guys in the Magician Association would probably have the mentality that the more the better, and wouldn't care at all how many females it mated with. But now, would Kelowna's limb rebirth work on that thing? "Sister Long, where are we going now?" Luo Dance asked at this time. Long Shirwa pondered for a while and said, "Since we're here, let's pick some golden apples on the way. Last time its root accidentally. Well, it should have grown out again." Root? What root? So far, the number of people that the little butterfly talked to in the inhuman domain was less than 5. "Let's go. If we're lucky, I'll get you something to eat. It's good for you." Long Shirwa pulled up the little butterfly and started a new round of Sky Dash. Inside the castle of Torito clan, Bailey, who went out, had come back quietly without disturbing any upper-class nobles. In fact, the upper-class nobles who had just finished eating were actually in the aftertaste of eating, so they didn't deliberately pay attention to anything. "I've ordered the patrolling soldiers to continue patrolling in the territory." Busby came to Bailey's side and reported. Bailigan didn't seem to care about this. He just sat in his seat and played with a black card in his hand. He kept silent. "What's this?" Busby couldn't help frowning. Bailey slowly raised his head at this time. At this moment, Busby had a feeling of standing in front of death. He even instinctively became alert. Bailey's eyes at this moment were like a demon coming out of hell. That trace of killing intent and madness had never been seen before. But this feeling came and disappeared very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Bailey returned to his gentle state and slowly said, "If I say this is a proof that can lead to a passage that can fulfill any wish, would you believe it, Busby?" "Anything." Busby frowned. He clearly didn't agree with this kind of absolute statement. The black card quickly flipped between Bailey's fingers and then disappeared. He chuckled and said, "Of course, any wish has a price, a sufficient price. Give up and get the principle of equivalent exchange." Busby nodded. "If so, there will be a limit to what an individual can give, and there will naturally be a limit to what they can get. Anything is just misleading." "Mislead?" Bailigan smiled. "Maybe. But Busby, you seem to have forgotten one thing. That is, although there will be a limit to what an individual can give, if they learn to plunder, it may not be the limit." "You are very strange today," Busby said expressionlessly. "It seems that something has happened to you." Bailigan smiled with a complicated expression. then waved his hand. After this action, Busby bowed and slowly retreated. But before Busby was about to leave, Bailey suddenly said, "By the way, eating is over. Don't you want to see your sister? The next time we meet will be at least a month later. You will at least stand at Sita's side and watch her leave, right?" Outside the door, Busby's pupils suddenly shrank. His figure also stiffened for a moment, but he quickly recovered and whispered, "There's no need. I'm a vampire now. Then I'll take my leave." After Busby left, the surroundings of Bailey Hill dimmed. He was still sitting on the huge throne, and next to the throne was the scarecrow substitute he made temporarily. The black card that had disappeared from between his fingers appeared once again, and then slowly turned over with the shaking of his fingers. He murmured, "It seems that Farrell is really not crazy." Suddenly, Bayligan opened his palm. In the dim surroundings, several messengers flew into his palm. The messengers stayed for a moment, then flew out of Bailgan's palm again and disappeared. Torito Clan Headquarters Castle, superstructure, somewhere near the edge of the exposed area of the castle. Well, the resting place of today's transport team is in front. So far, everything is going well. Finally, they arrived at the destination, and the next step was to blend into the escort team. Maria didn't need to worry about these things anymore, and she patted her chest and took care of it. At this time, she directly put her hand into her collar, then took out a bottle like a perfume bottle, looking at Luaccio. "And you, please spray this on yourself? Master Heptel should know what this is, right?" She opened the bottle a little. "Blood freshener." Miss Maid directly said a name. "Master Heptel is indeed worthy." Maria nodded with a smile. Vampires are very sensitive to the smell of humans. Although the blood freshener allows us to simulate the scent of a vampire, it can at least cover up the scent of a human. As for pretending to have just finished eating for such low-level vampires with poor transportation skills, we should be able to fool them. Miss Maid said indifferently, "It's not necessary. Please put it away, Miss Maria. Headgear." "Headgear?" Jean Louiwa was stunned and subconsciously looked at Maria. But this guy was wearing a headgear from the beginning, which was quite appropriate, wasn't it? Thus, she couldn't help but sneer. "Where's Miss Balaclava? Do you think it's easy for me to earn some bounty?" In the headgear, Maria couldn't help but burst into tears. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Mobile version reading website.